was an uphill task. It was as if that we had been surrounded from all sides by the negative forces and the forces of evil and corruption. And they say you don't stand a ghost of a chance. But yes, miracles do happen. And this is one miracle that is in front of you, that the mightiest of the mighty, from whose hands people in power and authority were eating out, he was decimated. I say it's a miracle and a bounty from the Almighty. Let us not be ungrateful. But yes, this edifice of shame, conspiracy, complicity is coming down, and it is giving an unambiguous message to all those corrupt elements. Satyamev Jayate. Satya may not always win, but ultimately truth will always win. And this is the living example. People who travel third class for years together, elderly senior citizens, to go from Delhi to Allahabad High Court and came back. And here you have the victory. The Almighty has his own ways of rewarding those who are struggling a very uphill task. And this is one such example. Let it be known that yes, when you are on the right cause, howsoever high and mighty the adversary may be, he has to bite the dust. But yes, the complicity that happened at all corners, whether at the Noida authority, at the political level, at the administrative level, that is a crying shame. And I still again would recommend that a CBI inquiry should be ordered against this ugly and naked nexus.
All right, sir, thank you for that context. Let's go over right now back to our other guest, Shubhra Singh. I just want to remind our audiences, she's the secretary of the NEFOWA. Shubhra, I want to understand from you, for our audiences who've been tracking this story in particular, they might know that for residents in the Delhi NCR region, stories like this, stories of a nexus between contractors, builders, nexuses that end up affecting ordinary residents, these are stories that aren't entirely unknown, right from Gurgaon to Delhi to Noida. In your own view, with the view that you have of the situation, over the last 5 years, has the situation gotten better? Because we did see a sudden spurt in developments across the NCR region, or has it in fact gotten worse? Tell us more.
Well, no, I must say that definitely it has improved. I will not definitely say that it has gone worse. It has improved. I think about 10 years back, situation was quite bad, meaning the kind of stories of suffering that we've heard on our forum itself have been heart-wrenching. And in several cases, we hear of cases where, old couple, they have bought flats and they could not even, they don't live today to live in what they had invested or bought. So about a decade back, really bad. As I was mentioning earlier, it was all about this opaqueness and this non-accountable approach that usually the authority, the builders and any other agency, some of the government agencies involved as well, it was quite bad. But today I must say that things have improved for sure. It's not the same anymore. We do feel that there is a huge scope of improvement further, and but at least participation has begun. There are, I would, from NEFOWA's perspective, for example, as far as RERA is concerned, or any other couple of other platforms.
Just hold on to your thoughts, because Green Corridor has been created, and hospitals which are there in Sector 93A and B close by, that is Yatharth Hospital and also JP Hospital, they have been put on standby. Amit Singh, Group CEO of Yatharth Hospital, is joining us as well. Amit, what is the preparations that have been put in place at your hospital, and are there some doctors on standby, emergency services? What are you looking at here?
Yeah, so we are very much prepared. All ambulance services, our emergency department, we have deployed extra manpower to manage any kind of eventualities. We have also created a separate space, separate beds preparations. So, I mean, start from the ambulances till even if required some admissions, we are very much prepared. All teams are geared up. They are there. Let's hope for the best.
Yes, we are certainly hoping for the best, and we are certainly hoping that everything goes as per plans. But let's, evaluate the risk as well. This is the reason why hospitals are on standby, and that's what the CP of Noida told CNN News 18 just minutes ago. Amit, just tell us how many beds are on standby, and in terms of the doctors that you say, the emergency doctors that have been called to the hospital, what is their specialization like?
See, we have created an entire floor, which is already been vacated and created especially for this, right? Our emergency services, we have doubled the staff everywhere, so doctors are very much ready. And all I mean, usually we handle lots of emergencies. Such eventualities, our team is very much ready. So number of stars had been doubled. In some of the areas, we have tripled the staff. And my medical administrations fully sitting over there and monitoring the situation.
Yes, how many ambulances have been moved from Yatharth Hospital to the neighboring societies here in Sector 93, close to the Twin Towers?
We have got 5 ambulances very much ready with SCLS and BLSS, and couple of them are standby. So, because since we have 3 hospitals adjacent in 10 kilometers, this thing, so we have standby ambulances kept in other hospitals as well, so that their team is also ready. So if any eventuality, any such situations arises, my second line backup team is ready to, take it over.
And what is the second line backup team that you're looking at?
So we have.
Could you give us details on that?
So we have another hospital in our extension and Greater Noida. So their emergency team has also been put on alert.
Yes.
So our deployments are there. So team is ready. However, our Noida Exodus hospital is very much prepared itself. So I don't think so it's a requirement. But if something comes up, we are there in just a couple of minutes away.
And you said that one full floor of Yatharth Hospital has been put on standby with medical staffs, nurses, doctors, everyone present there. Have they arrived at the hospital already? Because in another 1.5 hours, this entire building will be brought down.
Absolutely, entire administration team is there. My medical superintendents of the both the 3 units are there. They are already in 110 hospitals. A couple of minutes back, I inquired about the preparations, and then everything is I mean, as per the plan. So we are very much ready.
And yes, and when did the Noida Authority get in touch with the hospitals nearby, including yours, for ensuring the precautions are being taken of this nature, particularly of any kind of medical emergency here?
Absolutely. So they're very much in touch with us since last couple of days. In fact, probably today, the team is already there, Noida, the CMO office. The team is there. I think additional CMO is already in our hospital. So we were in since last couple of days in touch. They had come and inspect the place, and then whatever the preparatory things were there, we followed the guidelines and we did it together.
All right, Amit, thank you so much for joining us. So, precautionary measures being taken in all the neighboring hospitals, green corridor created. Medical staffs of these hospitals are already present there to ensure that in case of any untoward incident, the people are taken care of immediately. Ambulances have been placed outside most of those societies. The fire brigade is there. The sprinklers are there. So to handle particularly the rise of that cloud of dust that we are anticipating. But does it all stop at this TV spectacle? This is a TV spectacle, certainly, but what about accountability? Will the Noida Authority ensure that it doesn't just stop at the suspension of 2 junior ranking officers and the entire nexus exposed? Vikram Singh, we are looking at those towers. Yes, it will be brought down, but what about accountability? The nexus won't break until and unless several more heads roll.
Maria, the roots of corruption run deep, as high as these 2 towers of shame. Seldom has the nation seen such blatant, brazen and naked evidence of shame, collusion, conspiracy and complicity. I would say that the NN Vohra committee would have put this as a grotesque example of what a nexus between a corrupt bureaucrat, corrupt politician and an organized criminal can be. This is a living example. You very rightly mentioned it cannot end at the level of chief fire officers. It cannot end at the level of upper division clerks or section officers. It has to go to the highest of the high because it is common sense. The beneficiary have been people who have earned crores and crores, 1,000 extra flats against all norms of rules of business, and anything that is laid in the rule book, word by word, was torn into shreds. And therefore, when I say nexus between the bureaucrats, I say the highest in the bureaucrats. When I say politician, the highest in the politician, this level of, and I know what I'm talking about. I'm privy to the fact what this naked nexus of corruption is. And therefore, I would strongly recommend CBI inquiry into the corrupt practice. And because UP ab kurbani mang raha hai, kurbani of the corrupt.
Yes. Yes, it will be right. We will be seeing those towers collapse. We will be seeing that demolition happen. But what about those who were responsible for it? Those who continued with the construction of floors after floors despite protests by the resident welfare associations, despite the case reaching the Supreme Court. What gave them that confidence that they can continue at the cost of the Mumbai, at the cost of the rightful residents of the societies that are there neighboring that, and also who had bought apartments there? So Shubhra, you know, the question is, it's a long drawn court battle that finally comes to an end with those towers being demolished. It began in 2009 when it was just a petition telling the Supertech company, the Emerald Court residents telling the Supertech company that you are violating building norms, that you are taking permission only for 13 floors. Why are you continuing constructing other floors as well? And even those who had bought apartments there, they also went and told the Supertech that you said that this will be a penthouse. Why are you continuing to build towers and the floors above it? Nothing happened. And now we are seeing what is the end of this long-drawn legal battle. But the question is, in Noida itself, in Greater Noida, the entire NCR region, and particularly several other cities as well, I'm sure, Bangalore, Mumbai, where there are several towers of shame and sin such as these. What is happening to them? What is about those residents who have been fighting for years, asking for their refund? This is the beginning of several such victories. Are you sensing that, Shubhra?
Absolutely, I'm sensing that, but I would extend this a little further. You see, I don't see the Emerald Court RWA would see the demolition as an end. They would see the culprits, the one who are responsible for this.
Hold on to your thoughts.
Once they are
there is a command room that has been set up in the Eco Society. So very close to the Twin Towers, roughly around 500 meters, is where the command room is. That's where the blasters are sitting. That's where the trigger button is. Sun was there just a few minutes ago. Let's take a look.
Now we are reporting from Incident Command Center. These are the exclusive shots of the command center which we are putting out for our viewers. You can see 7 CCTV cameras are linked to this command center. This is a van which has been set up by Noida Police Commissionerate. This is an idea of Commissioner Alok Singh to set up this van, and the teams have been divided. One commandant has been appointed, and below him are the 5 commandants, those who are going to give green signal to the commandant, and then commandant will give green signal to the blasters, and then blast will be executed. We are perhaps the only channel reporting inside the incident center van. I know the Commissioner Saab is not in a mood to speak, but I'll try my luck. We'll take a remark from you, sir. This is a very unique idea. The command will be given from here to the blasters. What message you have for CNN News 18 viewers? Is this going to be a message for the corrupt builder lobby of Noida, those who have been harassing the innocent people?
We are going to implement order by the Honorable Supreme Court, and we are all set for the implementation. The ground is all set. This control room is taking stock of the situation, not only of the exclusion zone but also of the traffic around. So our effort is
8 CCTV cameras ready. That is the Gautam Budh Nagar Command Center that you saw where Siddhant was just a few minutes ago. He is with me right now. I'll go to him in just a bit to give you more sense of what he saw. He'll be able to explain it better to us. Nikhil is joining me from the Emerald Court Society. Most of these societies have been completely evacuated. In fact, 7,000 residents of Emerald World Court and ATS Village have been told to vacate these societies because it's not safe. That has been declared as a danger zone. Nikhil, what are you seeing? Just 20% perhaps or even less of the residents are left, and most have been told to move perhaps underground. The basement, in fact, the basement car movement has already happened. The cars that were parked in the basement area have been moved to the neighboring societies as well. Nikhil, go ahead, give us a sense of what you're seeing.
Well, Mara, as per the given details, the advisory was also already issued by many of the authorities, different authorities, not just from the authorities from the society side, but in fact the Noida authority also issued an advisory saying that before 7 a.m. this particular day, when the demolition is set to take place, the thousands of the residents of the nearby towers, they are supposed to exit, and also their vehicles are supposed to be parked at different places. There is this dedicated parking site which has been put into place by the Noida District Administration, and also the Noida Traffic Police, they have also advised that the vehicles are to be parked near the Botanical Garden as well, where there is proper parking space, and there are other places as well which have been allotted. And we have been telling since this morning for the viewers of CNN News 18 that there are nearby societies which are also helping the people who have been asked to evacuate that particular flat, that particular place. And as mentioned by the exclusive phono which was being run out on CNN News 18, that the Alok Singh, who is the Commissioner of Noida, he was telling us that the electricity, water and gas connection has also been cut off for a while. And also as per the further details, Maria, we are currently reporting from the ATS 1 Hamlet. This is the view which we are showing you on the CNN News 18 screen. This is the 27th floor, the top angle view of the twin tower that you are seeing on the TV screen. And in fact, the owner of this particular flat, Mr. Aditya, he has been saying that many of his friends and the nearby residents are so excited that he has already invited them over at his particular place. So in a short while from now, at this particular balcony where I am currently reporting from, we are going to see many of the people.
To assist me, there are 5 more instant sub commanders who are deployed at different places. Their blast time is 2:30. Before that, I'll get an OK signal from all the sub commanders to surveil the whole exclusion zone. We have 7 CCTV cameras. The 7 CCTV cameras feed is given inside the incident command center. Other than that, we have deployed around 550 policemen in and around the Twin Tower, which is the exclusion zone. Traffic diversion is already in place nearby the exclusion zone, and Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be shut only for a few minutes, say 45 minutes to 1 hour. That will happen just 15 minutes before the blast. Right at 2:15, we are going to stop the expressway, and after the dust cloud settles down, the traffic in the Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be opened up. And other than that, to face any contingencies, we have requested for 2 NDRF teams. They are already here, and they'll be kept at standby. And we have
4 QRT teams are
we have
also
4
here.
QRT teams.
So the commandant, the incident commandant, Mr. Rajesh, is here giving out details of the operations now. This van has also been arranged by Noida Police. Now this van is Incident Command Center. All the senior officials will be inside this Incident Command Center. Mr. S. Rajesh, the senior incident commandant, along with him, the 5 other sub-commandant, all will be inside, and this van will be fully connected with the 7 CCTV cameras and the wireless system with all the other cops on ground. So this is one special arrangement that has been made by Noida Commissionerate. Also, the drills are currently underway. The green corridor drills are going.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for tuning in to CNN News 18. This is a very, very special coverage that we are bringing to you from on ground. This is a special day. I'm Griha Atul Siddiqui, and I am right here at the Sector 93 flyover, right here to talk about that today. The legal is going to be standing tall, while what is illegal is going to be
coming crumbling down. Behind me are those twin towers that you see right there. Those are the twin towers of corruption that we are talking about, and the Supreme Court, the apex court of the country, has ordered the demolition of these very twin towers. This is the big story that we continue to track on the broadcast, all set to come down because of a court-ordered demolition. This is going to be the tallest building, remember, in the country, and come to think of it, it is illegal. This is the third tallest building in the world, ladies and gentlemen, that we're talking about. Taller than the Qutub Minar. That's the significance of these Supertech twin towers. And these are because of the collusion between the Supertech builders, from all you know, politicians, and also people who are involved when it comes to the administration. My colleague Akash, who's been tracking all the developments, what comes to light, what is in place before this demolition takes place at about 2:30. That's 1.5 hours from now. He's been tracking all the developments on ground. Let me quickly go to Akash and take stock of what is the situation like. Akash, you know, the fact that we're talking about these twin towers, but if we look at the towers in the vicinity, very, very close is Emerald Court and also ATS Village. 9 meters is the distance that Emerald Court is apart from the Supertech tower. That is the kind of scare that we're looking at. We know that people have obviously been evacuated, over 5,000 people who've had to leave their homes because of this planned demolition. Just take us through what all have you picked from the ground and a sense of worry that is there in the minds of the people whose houses are at stake here.
Right, Reha, first of all, I'm showing you the exclusive visuals here at CNN News 18, the closer and clear view of these two twin towers that are going to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. today. Talking about the societies nearby, so there are two societies. One is Supertech Emerald Court and the second one is ATS Village, which is in the close proximity. In fact, as you rightly mentioned, one tower of Supertech Emerald is just 9 meters away. In fact, you know, I had a word with residents there and they were very confused about the particular process, because on one hand they were saying that they are pretty sure about the company and the claims that this will be going successfully. On the other hand, they were worried about their houses because, you know, some of them have purchased their houses on EMIs and they are really worried that they won't be able to, you know, carry out the cases and, you know, go to courts after, if anything, you know, wrong happened. On the other hand, talking about this particular time, it's 1 p.m. and we are just 1 hour away from the actual time when we'll be seeing a series of events. First, the announcement, then the siren, and then the actual demolition, the final press of the button. This will be done by Chetan Datta, who is the Indian blaster. At sharp 2:30, we'll be seeing this particular activity, and after that, within 7 to 8 seconds, we'll be seeing first ignition and the final boom. And within 12.5 seconds, this building will be coming down. As far as the figures are concerned, so we are told that 80,000 ton is the debris that is going to come out from this particular building, and this debris will be cleared from this particular area in next 3 months. So this is what the figure is. Also, let me tell you that more than 3,500 kgs of explosive is used to blast, to basically demolish this particular building. And we are told that there are 9,000 holes that were drilled in this, in this particular building because of the kind of technique that is used for this particular demolition. Also, let me tell you that sharp at 2:30, after that particular event, after those 12.5 seconds, we are expecting, in fact, a lot of dust, and that's the reason why we have deployments of mechanical sweeper machines, we have deployment of water tankers, water sprinklers, and all other sanitation workers and all other things. At this point in time, even the authority is worried about the pollution level, because it has been said that it all depends on the direction and the speed of winds. And that's the reason why authority is taking care of the pollution level, in fact. But at this point in time, this is a mega event, mega demolition, and we here at CNN News 18 bringing you the clear and closer view of these two Supertech towers, which are going to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. sharp today.
Right, Akash, thank you so much. In fact, stay on with me. We also have our reporters, more of the reporters on ground. Nikhil is also joining me. Nikhil, you know, I happen to stay very close by, right here in Sector 93. Even I had trouble coming to this place that I am currently anchoring out of. This is a flyover that leads out to the JP Hospital, very, very close to the Twin Towers. We are definitely at a safe distance. But here I'm trying to get at the traffic diversions that people will have to take care of while going to their respective society and their day-to-day work. Because here we're talking about a Sunday, but definitely people will be commuting. The advisory that has been in place, Nikhil, since you've been tracking all of that development, just take our viewers through it.
Well, Greha, as per the given details, the Noida police already issued the traffic advisory saying that the route which are going directly towards the Twin Tower area, that N-circle is going to be diverted for sure. So it has been closed since yesterday. All the barricadings have been put into the place. 500 to 700 civil police personnel have been deployed by the Noida police, and also there is deployment of Noida traffic police personnel as well to meet the any of the contingency in case the situation of untoward situation arise in that form. Apart from it, we have been told that sharp at 2:15 p.m., just 15 minutes before the demolition of the Twin Towers, the traffic at the Noida Expressway, Noida and Greater Noida Expressway, which is the Yamuna Expressway, it is going to be halted. And also since morning, the service road which starts from Noida and it goes towards the Pari Chowk, Greater Noida side, it has also been closed down by the traffic police officials. So the traffic is already going to be impacted. And Greha, as you have mentioned earlier as well, that since today is Sunday, less of the vehicles are going to be seen here. But apart from it, since we are talking to many of the people and many of the residents nearby, many of the people are already excited to see this kind of demolition, and it is going to be historic for the obvious reason. So not just the nearby residents, there are people who have been messaging us since morning that what kind of commute they can take, what kind of transport they can take in order to get a clear view and direct view for the demolition of the Twin Towers, which is going to take place at 2:30 p.m. So these are the details which we have been given, and the details which we have been told by the Noida police officials also says that until the time when the normalcy is restored in the entire area, till that time, the restrictions is going to be placed in the city. Back to you, Greha.
All right, Nikhil, I'll also now, take it to my colleague Yash, who is joining us live from the Silver City apartments. Silver City is very close to Supertech Towers, behind Emerald Court, in fact. Now, many of the people who do not have their friends and families right here in Delhi NCR are shifted to Silver City. Yash, what is the mood when it comes to those people over here? Because we, as a channel right here on CNN News 18, are not just reporting this as a spectacle. We're also talking about the plight of the people. Remember, their homes are at stake. This is a massive demolition that's all set to take place. It's an implosion, a very, very planned one. However, people are still bound to be worried about the safety of their houses. Just take us through what are people saying right there in Silver City.
Well, Griya, you rightly mentioned that people are staying over here from the society Supertech Emerald Courts, which is actually right adjacent to the both towers, which will be demolished at around 2:30 p.m. today. And we've been talking to those people since morning. We've been talking to those people since many days, since we have been on ground covering this story. And if I'll tell you, they have mixed reactions. First of all, they feel that they have won a long fought battle today, because it's the same people, it's the RWA of the Supertech Emerald Court which took up this entire matter to the Allahabad High Court, which later they, which was won in the courts, in the courtrooms. And so they say that it's a big win for them. On the other hand, since here we're talking about their residence, their homes, which they live in, and it's a very important part of their life, so they are actually also quite worried about the implosion, just because their residence, their home, the particular society is present at a very close proximity to the Twin Towers, which will be demolished today. Though what we are also understanding is that the authorities have made ample amount of, they have taken all the necessary steps to make sure that no untoward situation arises over there. And they are, the residents are also quite assured with the assurances given
I'll
by
come back
the
to you.
authorities.
I'll come back
by
to you.
the
Let me quickly go to my colleague Akash also, who is standing by, reporting live since morning, ever since we're standing by for this big implosion, this big demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. You know, Akash, like I was mentioning, I happen to stay very, very close by. I was visiting the market here in Geja, which is the close by neighborhood market. All I could see was people buying plastic sheets. The worry, the dust that is going to emanate out of this demolition is something that people are really worried about. I was just taking that question to Yash, my colleague. Akash, I'd like you to take us through what is going to be the impact that you have ascertained through the process of, interviewing and talking to the various authorities who are responsible for this particular implosion. What is it that is going to be done after 2:30, in the next 12 seconds that the building comes down, the Twin Towers come down? What are the arrangements that have been made so that the dust is easily, taken away, the debris are taken away, and also we'd have to wait for the dust to settle down, but the kind of arrangements that people should go ahead and do, whether it's masking or otherwise, that should be in place. What is the advisory there?
Well, Griha, I'll come to that question. In fact, I'll take that question to Pawan ji, who is joining me. He is the local resident and he is very much excited about this whole process. पवन जी, आप मुझे बताइए, आप यहीं के रहने वाले हैं. सबसे पहले तो जिस तरह से ये पूरा मामला हुआ, बिल्डर ने नियमों का उल्लंघन किया और उसके बाद फैसला आया सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, आज ये बिल्डिंग गिरने वाली, किस तरह से आप देखते हैं, लोकल जो लोग हैं, जो आम नागरिक हैं देश के, वो किस तरह से देखते हैं, क्या किस तरह की फीलिंग है आप लोगों के दिल में?
ये फीलिंग इस तरह के है कि बिल्डर अपनी तरफ से मनमानी करते हैं और लोग अपना कमाया हुआ पैसा फ्लैट में लगाते हैं और फिर बाद में सुनने को आता है कि इसमें भ्रष्टाचार समाहित है और बाद में एक दिन कोर्ट का फैसला आता है कि इसको गिराया जाएगा. लेकिन यह बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. मैं इस पूरी चीजों को देखने के लिए मैं यहाँ काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ और देखने आया हूँ.
आप भी कहीं फ्लैट लिया है या प्लान कर रहे हैं कुछ ऐसी सोसाइटीज में?
मैंने भी लिया है और एक लेने की योजना है, लेकिन मैं अब डर रहा हूँ कि कहाँ लिया जाए, कहीं कुछ ऐसा ना हो घटना कि बाद में पछताना पड़ जाए.
अच्छा, आप इसी जगह पर रह रहे हैं, यहाँ पर हम देख भी रहे हैं कि तमाम जो प्लास्टिक शीट्स भी लोगों ने लगाई हैं क्योंकि उनको डर है कि डस्ट आएगा उसके बाद. एक लोकल रेजिडेंट होने के नाते कहीं आपके दिल में भी डर है कि इसके बाद पोल्यूशन बढ़ जाएगा, या जो मैथ्स और फिजिक्स के जो कैलकुलेशंस हुए हैं तमाम इसको गिराने के लिए, अगर वो भी कहीं गलत होते हैं तो कुछ ऐसा भी हो सकता है जिसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी? कोई डर है दिल में?
बिल्कुल डर है सर. क्या पता अभी किस तरह से हवा इधर का रुख करे तो इस फ्लैट को नुकसान होगा, इधर भी लोगों को परेशानी होगी, आंखों में जलन होगा, लोग मास्क यूज करेंगे, ये सब चीजें समस्या आ सकती है.
किस तरह की एडवाइजरी पुलिस की तरफ से दी गई? क्योंकि हमें बताया गया कि अथॉरिटी ने लगातार लोगों को बोला कि आप मास्क का प्रयोग करें अगले 2 दिन में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर PM2
बिल्कुल सर, PM बढ़ने वाला है और लोग मास्क तो जरूर लगाएंगे. मैं भी मास्क लेकर आया हूँ और मास्क लगाऊंगा. 2:30 बजे के बाद जरूरत पड़ेगी इसकी.
Alright, so Griha, talking about the precautions.
All right, Akash, let me quickly go to my guests who are currently joining me live on the broadcast as well. I'll come to you, Akash. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Arvind Kumar Jain, who's the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and also Mr. Chintan Vasani, Director, BD Vasani Group. Mr. Jain, I'll come to you first. We were talking about the legalities of this particular case. Like my colleague Akash also was just about mentioning, the legal tangle has been of many years, 9 years to be in particular. It's the Supreme Court ordered demolition, but the residents had to wait 9 years. Remember, this was supposed to be a children's park on which this twin tower is right now standing. 2:30 is when it comes down. However, this exemplary order is going to be something that will be in the books. It would be actually taken back into account whenever we talk about a bureaucrat, politician, or for that matter, an administration nexus.
It has taken a very, very long time. Naturally, it has taken a very long time, and everybody is watching it with a lot of curiosity as to what will be the final judgment. Finally, in 2021, Supreme Court delivered the judgment, but 9 years naturally is a long period, and people have been waiting, people have been fighting. RWA of Emerald Court has been fighting, going to Allahabad for Pairwee and Supreme Court. It's not an easy job fighting against a builder, such a big builder and development authority. So, in my opinion, to prevent such cases of corruption in future, investigation should be handed over to CBI, and all those who are guilty should be punished.
Absolutely, Mr. Jain. In fact, why should they be hiding behind just a name? behind just Supertech. Why not name and shame those people? Because 9 years, the residents have had to suffer. Whenever somebody goes ahead and buys a house, there are certain promises that the builder really goes ahead and gives them. The promise of a green patch, for that matter, which has turned into a twin tower right behind me. This monstrosity of a building is something that people have had to look at, and now they're having to get worried for their houses once this comes down. Why should people have to suffer? So much money they invest in a house, their dream house, which they think would be part of their retirement project, for that matter.
It is very, very unfortunate that people are losing faith in the Development Authority. Noida Authority is a very old authority, a reputed one, and Apex Court has called it a corrupt body. This is actually very, very, very disturbing. People naturally will lose faith. If they lose faith in Development Authority, how can they have faith in the builders? Because who are indulging in all sorts of illegal practices. Green area, on green area, the 32-story and 28-story buildings have come up. This is one of the biggest scandals of Free India, and very drastic action is required in such a case, so that in future,
right,
no
Mr.
builder.
Jain.
Yes.
So right. I'll also take this to Mr. Chintan Vasani, who's also a member of the National Real Estate Development Council. Mr. Vasani, you know, your thoughts. Now that another 1.5 hours, these twin towers are going to come down. But we have to talk about the trials and tribulations of the people who stay around. 5,000 odd people who would have to leave their houses because of this demolition. We do not know what is going to happen to their houses, although they are going to be safe is what we are hoping. But we are here talking about a 32 and 29 floor, these towers that are going to come crashing down. What will happen after the implosion? Nobody knows.
100% Griha. I think I stay 1200 kilometers away from the site, but I am sure entire India, and I was just going to CNN TV 18, someone said entire world who has investments into India is looking towards this particular situation. UP government and the entire government, entire everyone has set a good example today, and short-term sigh of relief, of course, would come after at 4:30 when the 5 people who are inside and around this particular explosion, once they are out. Of course, the long-term sigh of relief, as you truly said, the moment 700, I think 850 flats is what will be affected by this particular thing. The moment they get their own houses will be the sigh of relief for everyone, and this would set a right example for the real estate industry and everyone. And I think the authorities, the Real Estate Regulation Act, everyone will have to come forward now, take this as an example and do the right thing for the people to get their future homes.
Mr. Vasani, this is a never before ordered, court monitored demolition. Exemplary, like I was mentioning to our viewers, but not without, the troubles that it is going to cause, and it has caused for 9 years, to people who are staying closer to the location. Since I happen to stay very close by, I've seen people up close and personal on what is the kind of worry, the unsurety that is there in their minds. People are covering their houses, their balconies, their plants, their AC units with plastic sheets. They do not know what are they going to return to. The houses that they have left as it is, will that remain like that or not? I know that the Resident Welfare Association of the neighboring societies are really helping out people, but this is something that nobody should have to go through. And despite spending so much of money on their dream houses.
100% Griha. I think this is a perfect example for everyone to understand, even real estate developers. I belong to the real estate developer community. Most of us are actually standing with every one of you because we know what is wrong, and every party involved in this particular thing which has got us to this situation. It's an implosion, like people are out of their houses. I'm sure people, I've just got in touch with a lot of people who were in and around that areas. They have shifted for a month. They shifted 15 days back, and they are planning to come only after like 15 to 30 days after everything settled down. So but again, we have to make sure before getting into real estate regulation act, this is the right time for all the community to come together and do the right thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vasani and Mr. Jain, for joining me on the broadcast. Let me now take it to my colleague, Maria, who has been covering all of that has been going in and around Supertech Twin Towers. Maria, we're talking about the neighboring societies, the kind of help that the resident welfare associations have given to people who do not have friends and families to actually go to, people who stay in Emerald Court and ATS Village. What is the word that you picked when it comes to the unsurety on ground?
Yes, so that anxiety and restlessness certainly is there, and there's great uncertainty as well. I mean, nobody really knows, no matter how controlled the blast will be or how controlled the demolition it will be, and the blasters, that is Edifice and Jet, they are certainly hoping that it will fall like a pack of cards. There will be a waterfall effect, but it's all subject to everything going as per the plan. But that is the reason why precautionary measures have been taken. If you look at those societies, that is actually a Supertech Emerald Court. We can see a lot of balcony is covered. So that is the kind of precautionary measures that have been taken by those towers which are close to it, but the owners certainly realizing that they have to take their own precautions as well, because particularly to do with cloud dust. And 100 crore insurance in all is what Edifice is given to those neighboring buildings, that is ATS Village, the immediate tower that is next to it, roughly around 50 meters from the Sian and Axis Tower, which will be demolished shortly. And the sense is certainly that the cloud dust that spreads will be affecting the neighboring societies too. It will not just be stopping, because you can't really control the wind speed and the velocity. Today, as I've been saying, it's unusually windy. It's not the usual wind that we see. There is more velocity in this wind, and that is the reason why green corridor becomes important. The medical emergency precautions that have been taken becomes crucial. The precaution in terms of fire brigade and fire, precautions that are being taken, that becomes crucial.
All right. Maria, the fact that we're also talking about people who've had to move out of their houses, and of course, what you were talking about, how people have sort of done some sort of arrangement to the houses that they are leaving behind. They want to ensure that they come back to the same space and there is no damage whatsoever. However, this is something that is something that they would be hoping. If we talk about this implosion, this demolition, so to speak, this comes with a cost. More than 17 crore rupees is something that this implosion will have to incur. Who is bearing the cost? Supertech, and what else is actually in place when it comes to taking care of the money that is going to be involved that comes with this demolition? Seem to have lost that link with Maria. I will go to Mr. Vasani, who still continues to be with us. Mr. Vasani, I was talking about the implosion, this demolition. It comes with a cost. Supertech will be only bearing half of it. What happens to the other half?
Griha, I think I'm not the right person to answer that, but what I've heard is Supertech would be, in the longer run, be responsible to take care of the entire, the cost that we will be facing, and also for, there is an interest which is decided, which is to be given back to every home resident who has bought a house in this particular building. So, to my best knowledge, I feel 100% would be taken care by Supertech.
Okay. From what we are getting to know, Mr. Vasani, is once these two towers come down, the debris that are collected, they are going to be sold off after being processed. The money that gets out of that, because this, of course, is Supertech property as well, that also is going to be used to pay off for the demolition. Is that correct?
Exactly, like the entire thing. But when you go through the entire thing, just imagine the entire National Express Highway shut for this long. A lot of people are right out of it. When we say 100 crores, I feel it is much more than 1,000 crores is what I feel will be the total loss that we are doing because of this particular situation. And whoever we try to hold someone accountable, but I think we have to make sure this never happens in the future. So the authorities who are going through it, we have to make sure, like, no one is out of their home, or no one is, like, using the prime time of like a news channel for an implosion. And it's a very sorrow thing to talk about.
All right. Let me take this to my colleague, Mr. Vasani. Thank you so much for those inputs. I'll take this to my colleague, Akash. Akash, we were talking about how this demolition, this very, very planned, intricate demolition, it comes with a cost. We're talking about 17 crores or more over here. How is Supertech planning to incur those costs?
So this question is very important, Griha, and let me mention it very clearly. In the observations of the Supreme Court mentioned it very clear that we are ordering this particular demolition in such way because we want to set an example. We want to set an example for all those who feel like, flouting rules and regulations and then just walk away freely. At this point in time, 20 crore is the total cost of this particular demolition, out of which 5 crore will be bared by the Supertech company, and rest 15 crore will be, will be settled on the basis of the valuables that will be coming out of the debris. So 80,000 ton is the quantity that we are told, will be coming out of this particular demolition. This particular debris will be taken to Sector 80, where we have a treatment plant. And on that particular treatment plant, we'll be, extracting the valuable items, for example, steel, iron, wood, and all other things. And rest of the 15 crore will be taken from that particular earning. So 15 crore will be from the particular debris, and the rest 5 crore will be bared by the company. This is very important because, as I mentioned earlier, normally builders think that they'll be flouting rules and regulation norms, and then they'll be walking away. And Supreme Court mentioned it very clearly because, while talking about the demolition, we have some other alternatives as well. But they need to set an example. They had to set an example, and that's the reason why this scientific way, this technology has been used to demolish these stars. Griha.
Right. Akash, I'll again ask you this. God forbid, if there is some sort of an impact that is incurred by Emerald Court or the ATS Hamlet, one or two of the houses over there, is Supertech also going to take care of that?
Exactly. So let me mention it very clearly that, the nearby, the adjacent building, which is Supertech Emerald Court, is just 9 meters away. One tower is just 9 meters away. And that's the reason why it was a major concern that what if this calculation goes wrong. So that's why we are learning that 100 crore insurance has been done to avoid any sort of, inconvenience to people. Also, we are learning that vibratometer has been fixed in the basement of not only Supertech Emerald, but also in ATS Village. This vibratometer will be basically measuring the quantum of vibration at that time. Also, we are told that by 4 p.m., when the observers will be coming back to the societies, they'll be checking the status of the society as to what kind of destruction has been created by this debris. So in case anything goes wrong, so we have this 100 crore insurance that will be, taking care of all the kind of, expected destruction that can happen.
All right. Akash, let me actually take a quick minute to show our viewers. We have our jeep over here. You can see this area around where I am standing. It's surrounded by a green cover. Across that green cover is the twin towers, which are going to be demolished at 2:30. This is the flyover where I am standing at. The media cover is right there at this flyover. On the other side of the flyover is another green patch, and there is the Divine Meadows and other societies on the other side. However, this entire stretch is within the 500 meters range. Akash, what happens to the other societies? Is there going to be an impact once the buildings come down?
So yes, just a few minutes back, we were hearing CP of Noida. He was mentioning it very clearly that, mapping was done. And in fact, societies were marked on the basis of the kind of danger they are in. So at this point in time, not only the authority, but also the police is saying that only 2 societies are in danger. Other than that, in case anything happens to those societies, then that loss will be, that loss will be settled from that particular amount only. And that's the reason, 100 crore is not very less amount. Yes, it is not very huge amount as well,
but it is not less amount, and authority has made it very clear that we are worried about only two societies, which is one is Supertech Emerald and the other one is ATS Village. But other than that, if anything goes wrong, if anything happens, then the company the company that is that is carrying out this particular exercise, and also the authority, they'll be held responsible for it. First of all, the company has the primary responsibility of anything that is going to happen, and in fact this is the main reason why media is not allowed inside 500 meters. Yes, there are security reasons, but because that company wants to measure each and everything, every minute detail they want to calculate, they want to measure, and that's the reason why they are not allowing anyone inside the premise of 500 meters. And this is why, in fact, we are standing, away from that particular premise. Yes, this is a security concern as well, but this is also a reason that that company is accountable of, anything that is happening, or if anything goes wrong, that company will be held responsible for that.
Right, Akash, thank you so much. In fact, Akash continues to be with me, tracking all the developments right through the run-up to the demolitions of these twin towers, these towers of corruption, like we are calling it, right here on CNN News 18. Also on the broadcast is Mr. Jain, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Jain, we are just showing our viewers the NDRF cover, also the police presence, how the police is ensuring that people really are not having to worry because of the changes that this particular demolition is all set to bring about, and also the security, so that nobody is affected. There's ample presence on ground, whether it is police for that matter, or the ambulances which are there, or the smoke guns, the water cannons, all the water tankers are all here, so that after the twin towers come down, the kind of pollution, that is going to be in the air till the particles really come down is something that is taken care of as soon as possible. All of that is being undertaken by the authorities over here. If you could just take us through what is it that people need to do, after 2:30 and 12 seconds after that, once the buildings come down, so that our people who are here in and around Sector 93 are aware that they should mask up, so that they are not having to breathe that poisonous air once the debris really come down.
It will be very important for the people to follow the instructions which are being given by police. Police bandobast is there. All the duty charts have been made, and all the roads leading to these twin towers, they have been barricaded, and police arrangement is there all over the place. On expressway also, because the expressway will have to be stopped for 1 hour. You never know, it might have to be stopped for more than 1 hour, depending on the impact of the implosion, and naturally police has this task of guarding all the multi-stories, all the buildings which have been vacated by the residents till they come back. So naturally all the goods and properties of the people, they have to be guarded. So people should follow the instructions, people should use the mask, they shouldn't become over enthusiastic. They shouldn't try to go close to these buildings, because we have seen the debris which came out from 9/11 in New York. So it will 80,000 tons of debris. It's not a small amount, and people should follow the instructions of Noida Authority and police.
All right, Mr. Jain, thank you so much for your expert inputs. Now, I am also now tossing to this exclusive ground report that my colleague Siddhant Mishra has filed for us from the command center, taking you through the preparedness right before the demolition of these twin towers. Take a look.
Right now we are reporting from Incident Command Center. These are the exclusive shots of the command center which we are putting out for our viewers. You can see 7 CCTV cameras are linked to this command center. This is a van which has been set up by Noida Police Commissionerate. This is an idea of Commissioner Alok Singh to set up this van, and the teams have been divided. One commandant has been appointed, and below him are the 5 commandants, those who are going to give green signal to the commandant, and then commandant will give green signal to the blasters, and then blast will be executed. Sir, this is a very unique idea. the command will be given from here to the blasters. What message you have for CNN News 18 viewers? Is this going to be a message for the corrupt builder lobby of Noida, those who have been harassing the innocent people?
We are here to implement order by the Honorable Supreme Court, and we are all set for the implementation. The ground is all set, and this control room is taking stock of the situation, not only of the exclusion zone but also of the traffic around. So our effort is that we implement the order of the Honorable Supreme Court with least disturbance to the normal flow of the society.
Well, that was Commissioner Alok Singh, but again, a big message is going to the corrupt builder lobby of Noida, those who have been working in connivance with the corrupt officials, that if a corruption will take place, then this is going to be the outcome. Siddhant Mishra reporting exclusively from Command Center for CNN News 18.
That was my colleague Siddhant, who was having that conversation with Mr. Alok Kumar, the Delhi Commissioner. Also, you're going to my colleague Akash, who has actually tracked all the developments, all the changes, all the security arrangements that have been put in place right before these twin towers come down at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Akash, we were talking about the process of demolition also on the broadcast. If you could just recap it for our viewers on how this waterfall implosion really works.
Right, I'll come to that, but before that, a major development is that it's 1:34 already. After half an hour, we are going to see a series of events, and in fact, from 2 p.m. onwards, we are going to see the developments where before the demolition actually take place, from 2 p.m., the main road, Noida, Greater Noida Expressway will be closed, and also we'll be hearing some sort of announcement straight from 2 p.m. and one siren at 2:29, and then final button pressing at 2:30. Griha, you were talking about the kind of technology that is being used and the reason why this is called an implosive rather than explosive. So let me tell you, I had a word with the, the main person, the Indian blaster who is going to press the button. He was very sure about this particular activity, and he was in fact saying that more than 3,500 kgs of explosives are being used in this particular building in 9,000 holes in the whole building. Also, they were saying that because of the close proximity of the nearby buildings, this process has been used where these explosives have been kept in such a way that this building will be, seen like a waterfall after the demolition. In fact, this technology is not, they are not saying it explosion, they are saying it implosion. Also, if I can show you visuals again, this is the closure visual, this is the closure view and clear view here from here for CNN News 18 viewers, and if you can see that particular cloth, this is geotextile fiber fabric, which is a special kind of fabric, and this is used to control the quantum of vibration and also the dust. We are told that after this particular pressing of that button, it will take only 7 seconds for the first ignition and then 12.5 seconds in total to bring down this particular building, and after that we'll be seeing only debris. We are told that 80,000 ton is the quantity that we are expecting out of this particular building. It will be mix of, all the concrete materials and all the iron, steel and wood and all other things that were used to, construct this particular building. But the bigger question is that is this justified that people who went to court in 2012 they struggled, they fought for it for at least 9 years, and now they are seeing this particular activity. In fact, they are very much concerned about their safety, about the security of the flats of the Supertech Emerald. However, this is also a larger message to all those who believe in flouting rules and regulations.
Right.
Also,
Akash, let me take this to our guests who are on the broadcast, who are constantly... I'll come to you, Akash. I'll come to you. Give me a minute. I will go to my guests at the moment. Mr. Jain and Mr. Vasani continue to be with us on the broadcast. Mr. Jain, if I, talk about how soon will the debris will be taken away, because there's ample arrangement that has been put in place on the ground. We have our eyes on the ground. Our reporters are constantly tracking all the developments. But when it comes to, let's say, the expressway closure for that matter, or the trucks which have been going to be put in place once the twin towers come down so that the debris are constantly being taken away, how long is this process going to take? And what is going to be the direct impact on the people who constantly commute from these areas to their respective offices?
Will be deployed for removing this 80,000 tons of debris. It will take quite some time. I think activity will continue for at least a month or two, because parts of it will have to be demolished also, and then loaded into big loaders, into trucks. So naturally, local residents will face issues for quite some time. But it has to be done, and people will have to bear with it. And I think this activity will continue for at least a month or two, because removing 80,000 tons of debris, it's not a small job, and it will have to be, area will have to be completely cleaned. Even basement will have to be cleaned, so that the green area for which the residents were fighting, the green belt, should come up.
Okay. And Mr. Vasani, you know, we were also talking about how this implosion is going to take place. My colleague Akash was taking our viewers through what is this implosion technique, the waterfall implosion technique all about. You know, but we believe there are going to be certain floors that are still going to be, it is not going to be a proper grazing to the ground. There's going to be a manual grazing also that is going to take place. You know, what is the word that you actually would be putting out to people who will be returning to their houses at about 4 or 5 this evening once they are given the clearances by the authorities?
Right. I think implosion, it's gonna be for 9 seconds, and then 4 to 5 seconds. It is for things to come down. I think House of Cards is a perfect word for it. And as someone said, you know, the wind is gonna play a very big role. Uh, as because you know we want, as the waterfall effect, it works very well once you know everything comes down to people in the neighboring area who is going to come back home. I think 4:30, just you know follow all the rules given by the local authorities. Please you know be follow all of them, and only once you get a go ahead you can please enter your house or your vicinity which you can travel to, because as sir truly said, this is going to be for next 15-20 days. It's going to be very crucial for at least 3 kilometer radius in and around this particular project. But of course it's going to get 3 months, and 4:30 is the moment I think the entire world will take a short-term sigh of relief once we have everyone you know out of this particular area and people are allowed to enter their houses.
All right. I'll try and go back to my colleague Akash while Mr. Vasani and Mr. Jain continue to be with me on the broadcast. Akash, you know, we were talking about the implosion a short while back. You know, we're talking about the Twin Towers. 32 and 29 floors is what we are talking about. Earlier, this was supposed to go up to 40 floors. There was some, some kind of demolition that had taken place so that the impact and the height of the tower really comes down. Once this implosion happens, is it going to be a start ample grazing to the ground, or there are going to be some towers that will remain or some floors that will remain?
No, this building will fully be demolished at 2:30. This is what we have learned, and you know, Griha, let me mention it very clearly that you know it will be a matter of only 12.5 seconds. Initially 7 seconds for the initial ignition, and then the remaining seconds for the debris to come down. But after that, the primary focus would be the dust particles, as one of the experts just mentioned about the wind direction and the wind speed. So, you know, this is very crucial at this point in time, because we are feeling the velocity of the winds at this point in time. And also, while I had a word with some expert day before yesterday, so they were mentioning that wind direction will be, you know, very crucial in this particular exercise, because after that pollution will be the major concern. And that's the reason why we have some specific arrangement for the dust particles. You know, in fact, Noida authority has told us that they have deployed several mechanical sweepers. They have deployed several, water tankers, water sprinklers. In fact, smoke gun have been used to, settle down the dust, because this will be the prime work after the particular exercise. Also, because I'm mentioning this again and again, because, you know, we are just a few minutes away from the time when we'll be seeing the developments. It's 1:42 right now, and from 2 p.m. we'll be seeing the developments. First the announcement, then the closure of the road, then the siren, and then the final push button. After that button, you know, 2:30 to 4 p.m. time is crucial again, because this time will decide the time for the residents to come back to the society. Because at 4 p.m. we'll be seeing some observers.
In fact, I can see this flyover that I'm currently standing at. I can see VIP movements also right now. There were ample VIP movements that took place yesterday to take a stock of the situation. There is some movement today as well. Do we know about people who are still visiting? Because 2:15 is what we are told, that there is going to be a go-ahead that is going to be given after proper checks and balances have been done, is when the proper detonation is going to be given. That standby 2:15 is when we stand by for the 2:30 demolition, is what we are told. But right now we just saw a VIP movement. Any word on that, on who is going to visit, taking stock of the situation on ground? I'll take it to Nikhil, my colleague who's tracking all the traffic movements yes, Nikhil, please go ahead. Nikhil, you can hear me?
We already briefed the media person and it has been advised.
Yes. Yes. Yes, please
yes,
go
so
ahead.
I was telling about the Noida traffic police arrangement. So as per the given details, all the residents of the Noida, they were advised as to what kind of diversions are taking place. In fact, the Twin Towers, the encircling the roads which are leading towards the Twin Towers, they have been presently they have been diverted to different routes. In fact, at about 2:15 p.m, this is the major traffic advisory which has been issued by the Noida police personnel, that at about 2:15 p.m, the entire traffic on the Greater Noida Expressway, which is also called as the Yamuna Expressway, it is going to be halted until the time when the normalcy is restored, when the dust is settled down
Nikhil,
in
in fact,
the blast
let me
area.
take in a moment for our viewers to talk about the VIP movement that we are talking about. This was the Noida DM, Mr. Suhas Laninkere Yathiraj, who had just come on ground. He is going to the Twin Towers at the moment to take a stock of the situation. This was the VIP movement that we've been talking about. There were a few that happened yesterday also. There are a couple that are taking place right now, right before the Twin Tower demolition is all set to take place. It's about 1:45 to 2:30 is when that Twin Tower demolition will take place. 2:15 is when the go-ahead really will be given. Yes, Nikhil, please continue.
So as you have rightly mentioned, Suhas Elwai, who is the district magistrate of the Noida district, he has reached at the commanded incident center, the command center which has been put into the place where the DCP of Noida, Rajesh, he has been made as the incident commander, and as mentioned by Siddhant Mishra as well, our senior correspondent, principal correspondent, that under him 5 sub-commandant incident, they have also been put into place. They are the one who are going to send the green signal to the blaster, then eventually Chetan Datta, who is the Indian blaster, is going to press that green button, after which the entire explosion is going to take place. Also, we were telling our viewers about the Noida traffic arrangement. So the entire area, the route which is leading towards the Twin Towers, they have been diverted since yesterday night. In fact, the advisory was issued by the Noida police personnel. The commissioner of the Noida city, Noida district, Alok Kumar, he informed the residents that there are many of the diversions which are taking place. The main important alert for the same is about the Noida, Greater Noida Expressway, the Yamuna Expressway. The entire traffic in the expressway is going to be halted sharp at 2:15 p.m. until the time when the normalcy is restored. Till that time, the traffic is going to be halted. And we have been told by senior police officials that the service road, which starts from the Noida city and that goes towards the Pari Chowk, Greater Noida direction, it has already been halted. So the traffic movement is going to be affected for the same. But also the important point, the major update here is that the Noida police is in touch with the Google authorities as well. So all the diversions have already been implied on the Google Maps, so that the residents of the Noida and NCR region, they do not face any of the trouble. So the Google Maps are also, they have been directed at where the actual diversions are, where the route closures are, where the people have been asked to go towards their direction. So these are the major updates which we are telling you for the viewers for the CNN News 18. Back to you.
Let me quickly recap it for our viewers and take a stock of the situation like we've been doing through the morning and also yesterday. Let me show to our viewers through the camera that we have over here. This is a Jimmy Jeep that will take you actually a bird's eye view of this entire area where I'm currently standing at. This is the JP flyover. Very close by is the JP hospital. There also security arrangements and ample arrangements have been made for any untoward incident, because a lot of hospitals in and around the vicinity have been put on standby after this demolition really takes place. You can see this is an entire media contingent that is right now at this particular flyover. There are also onlookers who are all excited to see this grand spectacle of sorts. Of course, not so much for the people who are staying close by in ATS Hamlet and the Emerald Coast societies, because they are having to vacate. They have had to vacate their houses because of this demolition of the Twin Towers. It's all set to take place at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. We're standing by for that demolition, the waterfall implosion. That is what is going to happen. Now, what does that mean? That means that the initial floors of the Twin Towers are going to be blasted, detonated first, and after that there's going to be a cascading effect, a waterfall effect of sorts, because of which the building is going to be coming down inside. It's not going to be exploding out, and that's what this waterfall implosion is all about. It's a very, very planned implosion, something that all the experts have been actually working together, not just from within the country, but also experts are being called from South Africa to actually take care of this particular implosion. Remember, this is one of the tallest buildings, in fact the tallest in the country, illegal one at that we're talking about, the third highest in the world. This is higher than the Qutub Minar. Now, why do we keep saying that? Qutub Minar se bhi ucha, that is what we're talking about over here. And remember, this is illegal. The apex court of the country, the Supreme Court, has ordered the demolition of these towers. 9 years, the people who are staying in Emerald Court and also ATS Village were having to suffer because of this monstrosity of a structure that really come about. 14 floors was the nod that was given earlier. However, it went up to 40. That is what the Supertech builders did, because of which now the Supreme Court, upholding the High Court, the Allahabad High Court order, have ordered the demolition of the structure, the Twin Towers. I'm taking it back to my colleague Akash and Nikhil, who are continuing to be with me on the broadcast. Akash, we were talking about the legalities when it comes to this case. 9 years, how people have had to suffer. 9 years when this case was put before the Allahabad High Court, challenged despite the illegalities of it all, and the verdict eventually was upheld by the apex court of the country.
Griha, definitely I'll come to that question, but at this point in time, while we are moving towards the particular time of 2:30, I'm showing you the excitement of people here. If I can ask my camera person to show you the visuals of this particular parking facility, you can see that people have started gathering, and you can see hundreds of people have gathered here in this particular village. This is the Geja village, which is the nearby village, and I'm standing at the rooftop, and I'm showing you the visuals of people who are gathering at this point in time, because there is a kind of excitement in people. It is one of its kind of event here in Delhi NCR, and that's the reason why people want to see this particular event, and they are trying to go to the rooftops. And in fact, those who are unable to go there, they are just trying to stand at a place where these stars are visible. At this point in time, you are seeing hundreds of people have gathered in this particular area. Also, if I can show you this colony, so people are constantly coming, and they are somewhere, the kind of excitement can be felt with the kind of number that I'm showing you on your TV screen, where people are excited about this event. As I mentioned earlier, this is going to be a mega demolition, where we are going to see these two towers to be demolished at 2:30. We are going to see this particular event. This is first of its kind in Delhi NCR. In fact, we saw last time in Kochi, but that was not in a densely populated area. If we talk about this particular place, you can see the Supertech Emerald, which is just 9 meters away from this particular tower, and also the ATS Hamlet, which is the backward direction. This activity is going to set an example. This is what Supreme Court observed, and this is what we are learning today, while we are reporting that hundreds of people have gathered, even when advisory was issued that no one is allowed and no one is advised to come outside of the houses because of the dust particles that are expected after this particular demolition. But at this point in time, if I can show you again the visuals of these people who have gathered here, they are taking selfies, they are taking out their cameras, recording videos, because this is a kind of historic event for Delhi NCR. NCR, we are going to see this mega demolition for the very first time, where we are using all the science and techniques in this particular demolition. This is in fact a technique where we are not expecting any particle to come, go beyond the boundary that has been decided, that has been, calculated, and this is going to be an implosive rather than the explosive, and that's the reason why it is very much important. We have seen the battle where, residents of the Supertech Emerald Society went to Allahabad High Court first in 2012. 2014, Allahabad High Court maintained that yes, this was illegal building, illegal towers, and they should be demolished. But at that time, Supertech builder went to Supreme Court. This particular order was challenged, but in 2021, in August 2021, we saw how this court order was upheld by the Supreme Court, in fact, and this demolition was ordered. And now, after a long wait, in fact, on 21st of August, it was initially scheduled, but then, because of some technical difficulties and because of the experts going to court and saying that we won't be able to execute the particular plan on that particular day, we are seeing that today this is going to be executed, and 2:30 is the time period when we are going to see this particular event, and it's 1:54. We are just minutes away from this particular event when we are going to see this mega demolition of these two twin towers, and this is the closure and clear view of these two twin towers on CNN News 18. So, Griha, we are waiting for the particular movement, and we are just few minutes away from the particular movement. Back to you.
All right. I'm quickly going to take this to my colleague Nikhil as well. Akash, thank you so much for continuing to bring us all the developments. I also do see some kind of a VIP movement right here where I'm standing at the flyover. Remember, this is the JP flyover. Some distance away from the Twin Towers where we are reporting out of. There is some sort of a VIP movement. This could be the Noida DM that we were talking about earlier also, Mr. Suhas, who could be possibly here. We'll try get a sense of this particular VIP movement. We do know about Mr. Suhas, who is currently on ground taking out stock of all the situation. Reporting all about that is my colleague Nikhil. Nikhil, we were talking about the VIP movements. Let's also take our viewers through when are these restrictions when it comes to the traffic movement going to be lifted. Remember, it is going to be closer to 2:30 is when the demolition happens, if all goes well, at 2:15, and if there is a go-ahead. How soon is the expressway and the other ant roads going to be opened up for the people?
Well, Griha, as per the given details, there is no time frame that has been set as to at what exact time the restrictions are to be lifted in context to the traffic which has been imposed in the NCR region, particularly in the Noida and nearby region. We have mentioned that the traffic to be halted in the Noida expressway as well. But exactly at what time it is going to be lifted, this has not been decided yet. But after they are going to actually examine the situation as to what are the things which have been impacted after the blast, then only they will be able to throw open the traffic for the public, for the routine for the smooth movement of the same. So there is no exact time frame as to what time it is going to start, but obviously it is going to take few time, because firstly they are going to observe, they are going to check as to what are the damages, because there it is not something that they are expecting zero damages. Minor damages are something which is expected by the edifice engineering, jet demolitions as well. In fact, the Noida authorities as well, the administration as well, entire administration, they have been present for the same, because they are expecting at least some kind of, and when we say some kind of, there could be minor cracks to the nearby buildings as well. So this is the contingency for which the entire administration is prepared for. Once they actually examine the situation, then only they will, actually better be able to tell that when exactly the traffic movement is going to be lifted, the restrictions are going to be lifted. Also, Griha, we have been told that at about 6:30 p.m., that means few hours after the blast take place, the press briefing will be carried out by the stakeholders who are directly linked to the demolition of the same. So there will be people from the jet demolition, there will be people, senior officials, senior persons from the edifice engineering as well, who are going to brief the media, brief the people about the entire blasting things and the after effect for the same. So these are the details currently with us, and also the visual that we are showing you for the visuals for the viewers since morning, that there are in that particular building there is white and black covering as well. That is the same covering where the the implosive explosives have been kept. So the design has been created in such a form that the debris are thrown exactly in the way where they have been planned accordingly. Back to you, Greha.
All right, Nikhil, thank you so much for taking us through what all is expected when it comes to the movements. When and how soon will they be opened up? It totally depends on what is the situation that would be laid bare before us once the demolition of these twin towers take place. Right now, we are at the JP flyover. A few meters away, some 100 meters away, 200, 300 meters away from the Twin Towers. You can see behind me are the Twin Towers, these structures that are going to be coming down. 2:30 is when the demolition is all planned. If you take a look at this flyover, we see some sort of a VIP movement. For all we know, this is the Noida DM, Mr. Suhas, who is currently with his cavalcade taking a stock of the situation. He is going to assess what is happening on ground. There is a van that is parked right there on the right side of the flyover. If you can see the white van, there is where the go-ahead is going to come from. At around 2:15, that is where is the control center from where the go-ahead is going to come from, and that's when the implosion or the demolition is going to be as planned. My colleague Siddhant, who is also tracking all the developments, is also joining me on the broadcast. Siddhant, we see some sort of a vehicular movement, a VIP movement of sorts. Are we here talking about the Noida DM, who is currently on ground to assess the situation?
Well, yes, the DM is here. Commissioner of Police Alok Singh is here. Ritu Maheshwari, the CEO of the Noida Authority. All the three senior officials of the district are on ground. And in fact, Greha, I would like to mention the photograph that has been accessed by us. This is the first photograph from ground zero, the exact command center. And in fact, we can see a blaster standing with remote in his hand. And in a way, we can tell with our viewers that preparations are underway at the command center, and they are just making sure that everything is in place before the blast. So we have accessed that one photograph of blaster, with the remote control in his hand and doing rehearsals before the exact blast. So that photograph has been exclusively accessed by us. Also, District Magistrate, Commissioner, CEO, Noida Authority, all are on ground, and in fact, they're keeping a close eye. As I've been telling this, that there are 5 sub-commandants appointed, 1 chief commandant appointed by Commissioner of Police Noida, and that is how once a signal will be given from the chief commander to the blaster, then only the blast is going to take place. So all the sub-commandants are going to report to the chief commandant, and then chief commandant will give green signal to the blaster. Now the traffic is going to get stopped in the area. We have also been told that the sirens are going to be, they are going to switch on the sirens in the area so that people can get to know that the blast is going to take place. So it's more like a I shouldn't be saying this, but the preparations are like a war level preparation here. The sirens are also placed. The traffic has been completely stopped. The area has been cordoned off. More than 7,000 people have been asked to move away from their residences. They are located at a nearby residence. The electricity will be cut off. Water supply will be, gas connections will be cut off. So all these precautions are being taken. So at the time, it's only half an hour left. The preparations are underway. And in fact, the photo that has been accessed by us also suggests the same, that the final rehearsals, the final preparations are currently underway at the command center. Back to you.
All right. Siddhant, thank you so much for joining us. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by my guests this afternoon, right before the demolition that is about to take place. I'm joined on the broadcast by Mr. Shashikant, who's a former IPS and ex-DGP of Punjab. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Also joining me is Ms. Ranjana Bhardwaj, the Vice President of NEFOWA, one of the Resident Welfare Association's President, the Vice President. Ms. Bhardwaj, I'll come to you now. The fact that we're talking about 5,000 odd families who have it to vacate their houses right before this demolition that is all set to take place. And there are neighboring societies who have come out to help them. For people who do not have their friends and families to go through, they are going and, staying with the people in the neighboring societies. However, the worry for their homes remains. what you have to say about all that has been planned through the day and the way this particular demolition is being carried out, taking into account that there is less inconveniencing of people.
See, this is a very scary moment for everyone. I think whole world is watching this biggest demolition in India ever, 100 meters of tower higher than the Qutub Minar. The first question arises in my mind: why all these things happen? Why this demolition has taken place? This is not good for anyone. They are having the many disadvantages of this demolition. First, we are only highlighting only the builder, the culprit. Obviously, builder is the major culprit, and this is a lesson to all real estate people, the verdict of this Supreme Court which has taken place. And everyone will think 100 times before building the illegal towers and violating the norms. But my question is also that the people behind this, whether it's the authority or the government officials, who had shielded them, people who have taken the bribe, and because of that, the builder had got the confidence and built these illegal towers. Where are those? We are not highlighting those people. I think simultaneously their property should be also demolished, and it should be also the one of the history in India. If anybody will be corrupted, they will take the bribe, they also have to repent in the same way. Because if we say that we know all about the Supertech builder, he is already in the financial crisis. He has to give a lot of amount to the banks, to authority. Because of this, the registry of people are not going to take place. People are still living illegally in their towers because there's no registry. They are living there. And so I do feel that because of this, the huge amount has been used to build this tower, 100 meters of tower, 40 stories building, 30 stories building. That amount, the same crores of amount had been used to demolish this tower. Ultimately, the common people, the public, the residents, people will suffer from that. And I feel this should not be this saying should not be true. I feel that there will be again the delay in the construction, delay in the registry. So ultimately, it's the common people who suffers from all these things. So I think the Yogi ji and Modi ji government, they should individually, they should monitor all this. And I do feel they are literally monitoring all this event and all. This demolition, this historic demolition should not repeat again in future, which is not good for anyone. We know there are many problems. I do feel very bad for the people who are living adjacent to these twin towers. And I don't know what will happen to the structure of that. As we know, the construction quality of these builders are third class. Or will they manage? I know, we all know that the people from Africa, the good team had been come who are scanning, who are monitoring all these things. Still, the proper audit should go after this demolition from the Roorkee or IIT engineers, about the pillars and everything structure all, because it's a security. It will be really threatening for the people to go again back to their towers, which are some towers, as I know from the media only, some towers are 9 meters from this twin tower. Some towers are 27 meters. That's a very less distance for that. And the pollution is also major concern, and noise pollution will be there.
Things that you're raising. Very bold point, something similar that I actually wanted to put forth to our next guest who's also joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Shashikant, I'll come to you. Let me quickly pay out this reaction that's coming in by Mr. Avnish Awasthi, who's the Additional Chief Secretary, Home Department of the State of Uttar Pradesh. Let's first listen into that. I'll come back to you.
में एक फ्रॉड हुआ, उसके तहत माननीय न्यायालयों के आदेश के अंतर्गत, माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय के आदेश के अंतर्गत बहुत सख्त रवैया अपनाते हुए आदेश दिया गया कि इनको डिमोलिश किया जाए। ये डिमोलिशन जो है एक मील का पत्थर होगा, ये दिखाने के लिए कि अल्टीमेटली लॉ विल कैच अप विद एनी इलीगल डिसीजन व्हिच हैज बीन डन इन द पास्ट। और चाहे जितना बड़ा आदमी हो, पब्लिक डोमेन में जीरो टॉलरेंस टू ऑल सच इलीगल एक्टिविटी, ये बहुत जरूरी था। नोएडा के क्षेत्र में हो रहा है ये काम, निश्चय ही नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा, अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक मैसेज होगा, पूरे प्रदेश में मैसेज होगा कि अगर कहीं इलीगल करेंगे तो काम किसी भी दिन नहीं चल पाएगा। इसकी समीक्षा उद्योग विभाग के द्वारा डिमोलिशन की बहुत क्लोजली और पैनी नजर से की गई है। सीओ नोएडा जो है, उन्होंने व्यवस्था बनाई है और दोनों बिल्डिंग्स के डिमोलिशन के लिए हर विभाग को जोड़कर वहाँ पर पूरी तैयारी कर ली है। मेरी अभी कुछ देर पहले सीओ नोएडा रितु महेश्वरी जी से, वहाँ के सीपी आलोक सिंह जी से, वहाँ के डीएम सुहास से जो है बात हुई है। सभी लोग मौके पर मौजूद हैं। जिन बिल्डिंग्स को इवैक्यूएट करना था सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से वो भी कर दिया गया है, और डिमोलिशन के बाद जो वहाँ का जो
Mr. Shashikant, I'll now come to you. I'll go back to the point that Ms. Bhardwaj was raising. The fact that why should people who are in cahoots, who are responsible for these two illegal twin towers to have come to this height? We were talking about 40 floors while the approval given was for just 14. They should not even have been there in the first place because this place was actually reserved for a children's park. Why should those people be allowed to go scot-free? Why should we not name and shame those people?
Oh, you've asked a very good question. Thank you and congratulations for asking this question, but I wish that I could pose this question to the Additional Chief Secretary who was there right now. This is the question which he should have responded to. What the authorities were doing all along. The construction didn't start yesterday. It was a green land, a green patch, but still, lots of persons were in cahoots. What action has been taken against them? Have they been dismissed under Article 311 of the Constitution? Will the persons who are suffering right now, it's a mental agony as well, will the UP government compensate for their mental agony? Will the tension which is building up? I wish I could ask this question straight to the Additional Chief Secretary who was there on behalf of the people, not on behalf of the channel, because they were just presenting it. But these are the questions when to show that they are agitating people's mind. But again, like the man was talking right now about it, it is certainly an important day, historic day. It is the victory of law, victory of the court, but it's also the victory of the people. Is the people, some of the resident colonies out there, resident welfare associations who had taken up this thing, I'm sure that was they certainly showed guts, and they had guts. I want to salute to them, yes. And ultimately, yes, they have won. But again, the question which goes on, which ma'am was speaking before me, she has absolutely right upon to this question, why all these things were being done. Okay, building is going to be demolished in about half an hour's time. But what about the persons who were behind it? And again, a couple of more questions. Noida is a seismic zone. They are saying is seismic zone 4. And I was reading in newspapers and that the authorities are claiming that that buildings out there are compliant to seismic zone 5. Who was given the certificates? If this kind of certificate was given that they could build up the 40 stories instead of 13 or whatever the number was, are those certificates given by the concerned authorities that all necessary precautions and the guidelines regarding the seismic zone? Because you know that this is a seismic zone and there have been lots of earthquakes and this kind of buildings, and now when it's going to be imploded, I'm sure that like the man was saying that maybe there's some kind of there's going to be a blast, a massive blast, and when there's so much of concrete falls down, I'm sure there's going to be some vibration on the earth. I don't know. The government should go in for the checkup of all the buildings nearby and ensure that when government cost or whatever the cost is, I can't care less about that. They should ensure that people are safe, their houses are safe, houses which are all around, ma'am. Thank you.
Akash, I'd like you
frame
to
क्या
take
दिया हुआ
it
वो तो
from
ग्रेहा वाला ही है ना, है ना frame?
almost. We're standing by
Check 1 2 3
for the go ahead.
Check 1 2 3 4 check 1 और ग्रेहा का भी आ रहा है ना ऑडियो
In 15 minutes from now.
तो ठीक
To
है
take us through what is the word on ground, what is it that goes on from here. The next 15 minutes are crucial. Akash, if you can hear me.
Please repeat your question, Griha.
Akash, I was just saying that's about 2:15. This is the time when we're standing by for the demolition of the Twin Towers, the Supertech Twin Towers. What is it that happens from here on? The process, the SOP that is going to be in place. Just take our viewers through.
Right, Griha, and first of all, I'm showing you the visuals. You know, hundreds of people have gathered at the rooftops. This is the Geja village, and if I can ask my camera person to pan the camera, you can see the kind of excitement. And this was the reason why, you know, an advisory was issued, in fact, where, you know, people were asked to not to come at their rooftops because of the security reasons, security concerns. But at this point in time, you are seeing the kind of excitement because everyone want to witness, everyone to see the particular event that is going to take place at 2:30 at this point in time. And it's 2:30 already. From 2:15, we are going to see the major activities where, first of all, we are expecting the announcements, and after that, you know, the main traffic at Noida, Greater Noida Expressway will be blocked. In fact, the traffic will be diverted, and after that, at 2:29 sharp, we'll be hearing a siren that will be a final call before the particular pressing of the particular button. Also, at 2:30, while this button will be pressed, it will take at least 7 seconds for the first ignition because the distance from the remote to that particular ignition is just 100 meters. Within 7 seconds, we'll be seeing the initial ignition, and after that, in 12.5 seconds, this whole building will be coming down. This will be turned into rubble. This will be turned into debris within 12.5 seconds. And at this point in time, you are seeing the excitement of people. You can see the rooftops of this particular village where you can see hundreds of people have gathered to see this particular activity, this particular exercise, because this is first of its kind in here in Delhi NCR. And after that, you know, the major concern is pollution because everyone is talking about the wind direction and the wind speed. That's the reason why pollution is a major concern. And now we are waiting for the direction from the authority.
This is the first ever demolition, one of a kind, that is going to happen in Delhi NCR. Probably a second in the country. However, if we talk about the demolition that took place in Kochi, it did not have so much of habitation and buildings around. That really makes this one rather difficult. This is something that we'd want to bring our viewers' attention to. If you can see the Twin Towers behind me, and you can see those towers right next to the Twin Towers, which are actually covered with the geofiber cloth. These are the non-woven geofiber cloth that's covering the towers, the buildings which are adjacent to the Twin Towers. My cameras will be able to actually get you a closer view from where we are standing. Those are the towers that possibly will be impacted because of the demolition that we are standing by for. In about 15 minutes is when the demolition is going to be taking place. Once that go-ahead comes from the control room, once that go-ahead is given, is when at 2:30 the detonation will be put on. With the flick of a button, the building is going to come crashing down. 9 seconds is when the building comes down, another 3 to 4 seconds, and this entire structure is razed to the ground. You know, Akash, we were talking about the debris. That is going to be a major cause of concern once that happens. What happens soon after those 12 seconds have passed by and once the demolition has gotten and come into effect? What happens after that?
Right, so you're talking about the debris. So let me tell you, Griha, 80,000 is the quantity, and it is not a lesser quantity. We are told that 80,000 ton is expected out of this particular demolition. And soon after the demolition, we are told that observers from the demolition company, from the company which is carrying out this particular activity, will be going to the particular place. After all of these things will cool down, after all of the water sprinkling and water sprinkling at that particular place to settle down the dust, they'll be going, they'll be seeing.
I'm having to just interrupt you. Let me quickly go to Mr. Avnish Awasthi, who's the Additional Chief Secretary of the Home Department of the State of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Awasthi, what is the word that you will actually give to the people who are staying in and around the area where the Supertech Twin Towers are, which will be, this will be past tense, in about 15 minutes once they come down?
Well, good afternoon. This is only what it goes to prove.
Good afternoon,
that there should be, zero tolerance towards crime. There should be zero tolerance towards illegality. Ultimately, if you do an illegal act, it always catch up. Such suicides which were totally unsafe. We are applying completely with the directions of the Honorable Supreme Court. The officers on the ground, the CEO of Noida, the Collector of Noida, the CP of Noida, they are all on the ground. All preparations have been done. We will ensure that every action possible will be taken. After the demolition, the environment protection issues would be taken care of. Sufficient sprinkling will be done. A good quantum of police force, fire brigades and everything have been put in place. The Honorable Chief Minister has personally reviewed this 4 days ago with all of us as senior officers, and the industry department itself is monitoring this. I am sure the message from the state will be zero tolerance to illegality. Ultimately, the rule of law will catch up with anyone, however big.
Most important thing is the people who are making this into a spectacle. We are reporting live since morning. There are a lot of people who are excited, wanting to actually watch once these two structures come down. They are atop their roofs of their society. They are going to the terraces, but here we're talking about the impact of the debris once these two structures come down. That advisory really needs to be surmounted. People need to be safe. They need to mask up even if they are in the vicinity. And here we are talking about 500 meters. And there are a lot of buildings around this area from where I am reporting out of. So that also needs to be taken into account.
Yes, Madam, I would like to just say that on your behalf, everyone should watch it on the television. They should avoid being outside. They should, the large number of people have been evacuated from the affected area. So whatever are the directions of the police and the Industrial Development Authority should be completely followed. People should not venture near the site so that every action possible is taken up.
Right, Mr. Awasthi, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. In fact, if I get my cameras to take attention to what is happening on the flyover where I am reporting out of right now, you can see police presence. They are actually getting people who are not part of the media delegation, media contingent to actually go away from here. Because in another 10 minutes is when this demolition is all set to take place. So all the arrangements on ground are in place. We are counting down to the demolition. Anybody who doesn't need to be here should not be here. Because we do not know the kind of pollution that is going to emanate once these two structures really come down. We can only imagine. We'll have to get our masks up. We need to be safe. We do not know whether or not this is going to be a problem for us to breathe, because remember, we are about 300 meters away from where these two buildings are. We are here at a flyover at a very safe distance, but what can we say about the air pollution and the quality of air, which is already at a much worse level in Delhi NCR, and what these two buildings, once they come down, what is it going to do further to the air quality? That's something that we have to actually take care of. This is the word for people who are all excited to see these buildings come crumbling down. They might be on the terraces of their societies. Remember, we're not just talking about the Supertech Emerald Court or the ATS Hamlet over here. Remember, these people have had to vacate their houses because of the vicinity. We're talking about 9 meters apart is one building at Emerald Court. That is how close the building is from the Supertech Twin Towers. So that safety needs to be ensured. My colleague Akash continues to be with me on the broadcast. Akash, we just heard Mr. Awasthi there asking people to be very, very particular, taking care of their safety. We just had the police presence over here as we count down to this demolition in just a few minutes from now.
And we're just 9 minutes away, and Griha, while talking about the conditions, as I mentioned earlier, hundreds of people have gathered, and this can be a major security concern because this is first of its kind event. The company is so sure about the calculation. That's the reason why an advisory was issued. That people should stay inside in their houses, and that's the reason why 300 meters, an area with radius 300 meters was decided to be cordoned off. At this point in time, I'm standing in Geja village, and I can see that hundreds of people have come out of their houses. They are at their rooftops and are waiting for this particular event. But this can be a major concern. We are just 8 minutes away from this particular demolition. We are going to see this mega event, this mega demolition in just 8 minutes from now, and I'm showing you the visuals of these two towers. these two Supertech towers, one is of 32 floors, another one is of 29 floors. These towers will be demolished within 12.5 seconds. This is first of its kind of demolition in Delhi NCR. In fact, in all over India, because last time when we saw this kind of practice in Kochi, it was altogether a different kind of practice, a different kind of condition. At this point in time, this all started with a legal battle starting from 2012, then getting halted in 2014, and now in 2020 when we got final word from the Supreme Court, where it was decided and in fact ordered that these buildings will be demolished. Nearby societies have been asked to vacate the area, had been asked to vacate the area, and the process is almost over. You can see the plastic covering where the covered because of the concern, but just out of the concern, in fact. But at this point in time, we are just 7 minutes away from the particular activity where the man, Chetan Datta, will be pressing the final button, and within 7 seconds, as I mentioned earlier, within 7 seconds, this will be, giving first ignition because the distance between the first 100 meters, within 7 seconds, it will get the first ignition, and then we'll be seeing waterfall implosion. This is what they are calling it, and it will be a historic event, not only for Delhi NCR, but for the whole country, because it is giving a large then you are going to face the consequences. And this is what has happened with Supertech. Just a few hours back, we had, an official statement of Supertech where they were trying to transfer the blame to Noida authorities, where they in fact were saying that, they have all. In fact, these two tasks were a part of their initial planning, initial mapping. But at this point in time, we know that how Supreme Court, saw this particular activity, and Supreme Court observed that this was, these buildings were constructed violating all the laid norms, the Apartment Act of Noida, and also no consent was sought from the residents nearby. And that's the reason why, initially this case was started in 2012. And today, while it's 2022, we are going to see this particular demolition. Initially, it was planned for 21st of August, but, later it got scheduled for 28th. Even for this particular day, it will not happen today. Up to 4th September, there is a buffer time which Supreme Court has allowed, and Supreme Court has mentioned it very clear that by 4th of September, you need to demolish these two buildings. In some time from now, we are going to see this particular activity, and we are just 5 minutes away from this particular demolition where, this mega event that is going to happen in Noida, Sector 93A. Griha.
Coming down. Yes, Akash, we were just, taking our viewers through that report. We also heard Mr. Awasthi there taking stock of the probe situation, also, the kind of legalities which are to do with this particular case. Of course, you also have been bringing to our viewers the legal tangle, the legal battle that the people of the society at Emerald Court have had to fight for 9 years. And this is the day today. That's a victory for them. However, does not come without worry. Worry whether their houses will be safe. Because remember, one of the buildings, one of the towers of Emerald Court is as close as 9 meters to this twin towers that we're talking about over here. This tower that is going to come down in about 5 minutes from now is when the detonation is all set to happen. Akash, the waterfall implosion effect that we're talking about, the lower floors are going to be exploded first, and as a result of which, gravitationally, the upper floors are going to actually come down inwards. That's why we're calling this an implosion. It's a very, very important and a very crucial technique to ensure that there is no damage to the buildings which are so close to the Supertech Twin Towers. All right, Akash, I'll go to Yash first. Yash is also at one of the societies. All of the people who are waiting with a sense of unsurety and also with a sense of uneasy calm for these 4 minutes, I believe, is when the structure is going to come down. What is the sense that you're picking up?
Well, Griha, it's only 4 to 5 minutes, in fact 3 minutes to go when this entire process will begin, and I can tell you that seeing here standing at the top of this building, I can sense that people are really excited. Some of the residents are also here at the top who are here to witness this landmark day, when what they say is the end of corruption towers. The corruption towers will be demolished, they say. And what I can also tell you that till where I can see, I'm actually at a very top angle right now, standing where I can see all the people now, like many people have gathered here on the balconies to witness this particular event. Till where I can see, I can just see people flooded on their rooftops just to witness this landmark day. And it's just minutes to go to this landmark. The clock is ticking.
Like you were mentioning, it's just about 2 minutes. I just taken a minute to actually show our viewers around. You can see through this camera the place where we are standing. And if we actually show you beyond the flyover, on the other side of Supertech, I'll get my camera to turn around slowly and see beyond the green cover how people are assembled. That is the kind of excitement to see this tall structure, this illegal structure, the Supertech Twin Towers, who are about to be detonated in 1.5 minutes from now. That is the kind of excitement that people have, and people are actually hooting, wanting to see these buildings come crumbling down. But that sort of emotion is not going to be with people whose houses are there in the vicinity. We're talking about people who stay at ATS Village and also at the Emerald Court. Akash is also with me. Akash, you've had a vantage view of sorts of this detonation that's about to happen. Any moment now, the implosion is set to take place.
Griha, I'm hearing a siren sound as well, and it's 2:29 at this point in time. Just 1 minute after, we'll be seeing the particular activity, the particular demolition. Also, if I can show you the crane there, I can see the crane. I don't know as to why it has been. We are just 1 minute away, and talking about the security, about this because even when you can see the enthusiasm, you can see the excitement where people are shouting, people are raising. You can hear basically people are excited at this point in time. They are making different sounds because they are excited about this. In some time now, we'll be able to see this demolition. It's 2:30 already, and 2:30 is the exact time when we'll be seeing this particular activity. A button will be pressed in 7 seconds. The first ignition, and then the building will be coming down. Will be turned into rubble within 7 to 12 seconds. This is what we have learned. This is going to be a mega event. And this is a mega projection routine where I'm showing you the clear and the closure view of these two towers. It's 2:30 already. But it is not yet visible as to what has happened. It's 2:30 already, Griha, and I'm showing you the visuals from here where you are seeing these two towers at this point in time.
Yes, Akash, all our cameras are on the Twin Towers, all set to be demolished any second now. We can also hear a lot of people hooting. There are voices of cheer. They're waiting for this monstrosity that is actually plaguing this particular area for 9 years. All set to be coming down. We would know in just a few seconds. 11 to 12 seconds is all it's going to take. 9 seconds for the implosion to happen and the building to come crumbling down in the next 3 to 4 seconds. We are standing by for that. And 2:30 by the clock already, in fact beyond 2:30, we are still waiting, standing by for this implosion. Gone. The Supertech Twin Towers, no more. They've been detonated. The implosion has happened. You can see a cloud of smoke. This is emanating. It totally depends on the wind speed. Which direction is this going to go? Now the administration is working overtime. The water cannons, the water vessels are going to be actually put in place. The smoke guns will be in place so that this particular cloud cover, the smoke cover is actually put down in the time that is required for it to actually come down. We can only see the pollution that is coming down. We are yet to ascertain if there are any kind of damages to the adjacent buildings. We'll try and go back to my colleague Akash. Akash, if you are with me, the demolition has happened.
I can see the clouds of dust at this point in time, a lot of pollution, but the kind of excitement as well. We don't know as to if everything has gone right in the right direction, but I can definitely show you the view. This is the view, the kind of dust we were talking about. This is the dust, this is the pollution in fact, and Noida authority has maintained that they'll be using some equipment, some techniques to, just settle down this dust. They'll be using water sprinkling, they'll be using fire tenders, and they'll be using all the equipment. This was the major concern. The pollution was the major concern after this particular activity, and as of now you can see the clouds of dust. Also, the towers are gone. We can see that Supertech Emerald is still there, but those two twin towers are not there. Just a few minutes back, we were showing you those tall buildings, but now, as of now, while dust is settling, I can show you that those two twin towers have been demolished completely. Yes, the dust is still there, and I can expect that now, in some time from now, authorities will be going there. They'll be sprinkling water. They'll be using those water tankers. They'll be using fire tenders to settle down the dust. But as of now, you are seeing the cloud of dust at Supertech Emerald, around in these particular societies. Also, this was a mega event, and we have just witnessed within few seconds these towers have been demolished, and as of now, the cloud of dust that is being witnessed at this point in time. Clearly, here at CNN News 18, we are giving you a closer view, the clearer view of this particular dust that can be seen on your TV screen. Reha.
Right, Akash. From what I can see from a certain vantage point over here, it is but obvious that people are actually all excited, and this flyover also is now full of a lot of people other than the media contingent. From what I can see, I just saw the towers coming down. The white geofiber cloth that was actually covering the adjacent building, whether it is ATS Hamlet or the Emerald Court, seems to have suffered some kind of wear and tear. We are yet to ascertain what is the kind of damages that the adjacent buildings might have incurred. We will still wait to actually ascertain that fact. However, the authorities are in play. They are actually getting all the required help that is needed. The water cannons would be starting to do their job so that this particular cloud of smoke is dissipated in no time. We will see how long does it take for this cloud cover, the smoke that has happened because of the demolition, to get cleared up, so that we can see beyond this cloud of smoke of what has happened to the adjacent building at Emerald Court and ATS Greens. We'll try and go back to my reporters on ground. I will see if I can get Yash with me or not. Akash, if you are with me, if you can just take us through. All right, I'm told Yash is with me. But Akash, I'll come to you because you are the closest to this blast site. The detonation has just happened. We could see from where we are standing what has happened to the geofiber cloth that was covering the adjacent buildings. If you can give us a sense of what is it that's happening on ground, and please be safe.
As far as this geotextile cloth is concerned, but I'm showing you the visuals of that water sprinkling. If I'm not wrong, this is Purvanchal Silver City, from where officials are carrying out this particular task of water sprinkling. And Griha, I can tell you that this dust is moving towards the Pashna society, towards Greater Noida, and this is the wind direction as of now. But I can see that this is going to settle within some time, because if I can again show you the visuals of these demolished cars, you can see that initially it was a cloud of dust, but now it is settling, And we're expecting that, as it was claimed earlier, that within some time from the actual demolition, within 2 hours, it was claimed that this dust will be settling. But as of now, the activity, there you can see the water sprinkling from the Purvanchal Silver City, which is being carried out just to settle the dust. Also, the kind of excitement, because as I mentioned earlier, people are excited about this particular event, about this particular activity, and that's the reason why they have gathered. You can see the kind of excitement among people, but also, other than that, just 5 minutes back, we were seeing that particular, also those visuals, where you see the demolished car, where you can see the debris, where you can see the debris. If I can ask my cameraman to show you the visuals, there you see the debris. It was initially said that debris would be at least 4 floors long, and there you see, I can see that geotextile, that clothes, and their dirty clothes. But at this point in time, we are anticipating that, nothing has gone wrong, and also we are waiting for the official words, as we're expecting that in some time from now, we'll be getting the official information as to what has happened, how has happened, and in what direction it has happened. But as of now, the cloud of dust, as it is moving towards Greater Noida direction, towards the Pasna society, and has moved towards that particular, you can see the water sprinkling. You can see the water sprinkling from the Purvanchal Silver City.
Right. Akash, hold your breath there. We'll try Yash to be patched with us and try get a sense of what is it that the people really experienced over there. Yash, I was here at the flyover. The moment this detonation really took place, the flyover shook. That is the kind of impact that happened. We were told that the impact will be 1/10 of Richter scale 4. That is the impact of the demolition. What is it that you felt while being there at Silver City?
Gulf. Well, Griha, right now the cloud of dust has engulfed this entire region, and in the visuals you can see water sprinklers that the society members and the authority peoples are continuously sprinkling over here from both the sides. When we were at the top, the moment this demolition happened, we felt that tremble over here, and the moments after that the wind started blowing towards north-south, what we had reported also earlier. Today is a very windy day in Noida and in the adjoining areas, and what we can see is continuously the authorities are sprinkling water over here, and the dust clouds has actually engulfed.
I am just going to go through to Mr. Avnish Awasthi, who is back with me on the broadcast. Mr. Awasthi, now never before seen demolition of the Twin Towers, as high, the highest in the country. This is what India has seen, and this was a very, very tricky demolition. Now that it's finally taking place, it has been achieved. Now comes the next step, to actually take stock of the situation after the demolition and the dissipation of the dust cover that it has left.
Well, the local administration, the Industrial Development Authority, the local police, they are all ready for post-demolition. You will see that immediate action will be taken to settle the dust, and then the rubble, the material which has come from this entire demolition will be removed over a period of time. You have seen that within a minute, the entire building has collapsed. It has collapsed perfectly as per the planned schedule. And I would once again repeat that the resolution of the government, the resolution of the local administration to get it down and comply with the honorable orders of the Supreme Court, they have been complied with, and we have brought this entire matter to a close. We will ensure that in the immediate future we will get all of this cleared, and in the long run ensure that no such illegal structure comes again back in the system.
Okay, Mr. Awasthi, you would be the best person to actually bring our viewers up to speed with what has been the impact of the demolition. If you've had a word with the authorities who are responsible, because we were told that only 6 of the blasters were really allowed inside the exclusion zone that was actually ascertained around these Supertech Twin Towers that are no more. So what has been the impact so far?
The impact has been perfect. You have the world has seen it on the visually that the building has imploded. That is what was planned for, so that it doesn't tilt and it implodes within itself. The demolition of such structures is done such that it implodes and causes minimum effect to the adjoining area. So it has been done perfectly.
Mr. Avasti, I was talking about the towers which are in the vicinity, the Emerald Court and ATS village. If there has been an impact, do we know about it, or is it too early to ascertain that?
It is too early. It is too early to give a report on that. Obviously, the dust will settle, and that will be cleaned, and the impact assessment will take some time. Right now, the area would be excluded for any entry for a while, and the sprinkling has started already, and it will be ensured. So I'm sure it is too early to report, but
Mr.
we are
Avasti,
going
a word now on the SIT probe when it comes to these twin towers. Of course, it is an apex court order demolition that has just been carried out, but too many questions that still remain unanswered on the kind of probe and which way is it going to go.
Well, the investigation has been ordered by the Honorable Chief Minister. The Home Department is already following it up. The Vigilance Department is already following it up. And we will ensure that all those officers in the past who have been responsible for such an illegal structure to come up will be held responsible, and very strong and strict action as per law will be taken.
Mr. Avasti, you know, it speaks volumes. It's an exemplary order. I just take one last question, Mr. Avasti, if you have the time. The builder, bureaucrat and politician nexus is something that we have been underlining. These two illegal structures that have just come down, remember they were the tallest in the country. That speaks volumes about the illegality that was allowed to breed for 9 years. 14 floors is where it was allowed. It went up to 40, and that's why this has happened.
Well, you have seen over a period of time in the last few years, under the command of the Honorable Chief Minister, a large number of such illegal structures have been brought down. The rule of law will be complied with. A due process of law will be followed, and we will ensure whoever makes anything illegal, whether it's a mafia, whether it's a criminal, and whether it's a builder who thinks that he can get away with the law, nobody would be spared, big or small.
All right. Mr. Avasti, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. I will go back to my reporters on the ground who are tracking minute by minute details. Everything which is to do with this big demolition that's just been carried out. Behind me were the Supertech Twin Towers. Now they are no more. You can see the smoke which is going on in that direction, which is towards Greater Noida. That is the kind of wind speed and the direction of wind. Akash, my colleague, continues to be with me on the broadcast. Akash, from where you are standing, how do things stand? What is it that the people really say now that the illegal structure has been taken down?
Right, Griha, I'll try to talk to some people in some time from now, but again, if I can show you the visuals, I'll ask my camera person Umesh ji to show you the visuals of this particular demolition. It seems like a successful demolition, but, you know, as of now, I can see that torn cloth, that geotextile fiber, you know, we are waiting for the official confirmation, but also if I can, you know, show you the debris. That debris has come along with roads. This is what I'm anticipating as of now, but, you know, we are waiting for the official information as of now. Yes, it was a game of few seconds, and we saw that, how initially there was a, cloud of dust, but as of now it is settling, and, because of the velocity of wind, we have seen that the whole dust has, been transferred to that particular area. It is going towards that direction, towards south of the particular area. And also, given that, this was a long battle starting from 2012 to 2022, we have got some sort of satisfaction as to this was a case where, even an ordinary citizen was eyeing to this particular case. And today, when we have seen this final demolition, when today we have seen this mega demolition, one can say that you can't just flout these rules and regulations, you can't walk away freely, because we have Supreme Court here, we have the elected governments here, we have the agencies here who are here to, track you down in case you are doing anything illegal. These were the illegal structures that have been demolished at this point in time. This was a mega activity, mega event, and, preparations were on for last 1 year at least.
Akash,
in fact,
I was just going to the edge of the flyover to see the road that led up to the once twin towers that used to stand, the illegal structures. This is the road, the Ant Road, which is right beside the expressway that leads to ATS Village and Emerald Court. I can see the smoke guns
which are already on job. They are trying to dissipate any amount of dust that can be. However, like you've been bringing to light for our viewers in your earlier report, how the wind speed is in the other direction towards Greater Noida, and hence the dust cover is going to engulf all the societies behind Emerald Court and ATS Village. How the people dealing with that, and the ample arrangements on ground, taking stock and clearing the debris. Has the work started at the moment?
Yeah, in fact, my colleague Yash was reporting from Purvanchal, and Purvanchal society is in the same direction where these winds are flowing as of now. And I can definitely tell that, as of now, water sprinklers, water tankers are on work, are at work as of now. And, administration is somewhere trying to settle the dust, but it is not a matter of few minutes. It will take some hours to get settled. Also, it was initially advised, to use mask in this particular area after this particular activity. In fact, at this point in time, in fact, my video journalist and I am using masks because we can feel the kind of pollution. We can find the, we can feel the kind of dust that is coming towards us. Also, let me mention here that, we were anticipating, in fact, we were expecting this to be a successful event, to be a successful activity, and this is what it seems from the place where I'm standing as of now. But I can clearly see the debris that has possibly come towards that particular road where we have the Supertech Emerald one side.
Right, Akash, I will try and get my colleague Yash also, who is joining us live from the Silver City apartments, very close to the Emerald Court apartments. We will try and get a sense of what is happening there at the moment, because like Akash was actually bringing to us, the smoke cover is a lot. It is still time when that is going to settle down. The smoke guns are in effect. They are trying to actually disperse ample water so that that smoke cover really dies down. Remember, the wind is in the other direction, so this dust is really moving towards Greater Noida. From Noida to Greater Noida, that direction is where the dust is going to move to. Yash, I'm told, is on the broadcast. Back with me on the broadcast. Yes, Yash, please, over to you. Take us through what is happening at Silver City, where I believe you are. What is it that people out there assembled are doing? And is there a sigh of relief now? Finally, the twin structures, the illegal structures are out.
Well, Griha, we just saw how those towers of corruption were demolished, as the people of this particular area call them, and this entire area was actually engulfed in the dust which was caused by this implosion. And we also saw the moment those towers were taken down, they were moved down, the authorities had started sprinkling water to make sure that the dust settles on time. But today is a very windy day here in Noida, and going by the numbers, if we say there are ample amount of smog guns, there are ample amount of water sprinklers have been installed by the authorities over here. As of now, if I can tell you what I can see, the dust has relatively settled, and the dust is actually the cloud that we saw has disappeared as of now. But the skyline is still a little milky because of the dust that was produced the moments after the implosion. The particles we need to understand which are left behind in this air is the silica dust and the lead particles which are actually created because of this implosion. The authorities are also measuring the air quality over here. What we are given to understand was that post this demolition, the PM2.5 particles and PM10 particles were supposed to their quantity was supposed to increase in the air in the adjoining areas, and it's a quite windy day over here in Noida, and the winds which are flowing earlier, the Met Department said the winds will be flowing north-south. So what we can anticipate is that the dust could also move towards Delhi in some time from now, but this is not very sure as the winds are continuously changing its direction.
Interrupt you earlier when I was talking about the impact that you might have felt while standing there at Silver City that society is really close to where the explosion happened, the implosion like we are calling it. What is it that you felt?
Can you please repeat your question? I couldn't hear it.
I just wanted to understand, Yash, since you were very close to the site of the implosion. Silver City is where you are at. The impact of the implosion, what did you feel at that time?
Well, in fact, the tremors were quite I actually felt the tremors when this implosion happened, and with me there were some residents who were standing over there, and their reaction was also very loud, because they didn't expect this kind of this sort of tremors being felt over here, though this is very close to where the implosion happened. But what earlier we got to know from the authorities, on the Richter scale, the implosions will be heard will be felt on somewhere around 1 to 1.5, because Noida in its history has never experienced a greater earthquake than 3 Richter on 3 Richter scales, and this implosion, according to the authorities, were somewhere around created a tremors of somewhere around 1 to 1.5 on the Richter scale. But definitely, when this implosion happened, the tremors were felt here on the top of Silver City. But when we actually also spoke to some of the residents just moments after this implosion happened, and they were actually also quite elated with this implosion, because what they were saying, those were the towers of corruption which have been demolished, and this legal battle has been won by these society members of Emerald Court only. Griha.
Right, Yash, thank you so much for joining us over there. In fact, we'll keep coming back to you. I'll try and go back to my other colleague, Akash, who's also on ground, taking stock of all that has happened. Akash, is it too soon, or can we actually get in a word? All right, I'm told that I've lost that link with Akash. We'll try and connect with him and also with our other reporters who are closer to the site of the implosion. Right now, the priority is to ascertain if the buildings close to the once Supertech twin towers that stood really have not got any kind of damage. That is what we're trying to ascertain. Here we are talking about the Supertech Emerald Court towers and also the ATS Green. We try and getting a sense from our reporters on ground on what is the kind of impact that these towers of these two societies really felt once this implosion took place. And going back to my colleague Yash. Yash, you are at Silver City, very close to Emerald Court. Now, Emerald Court's one tower was as close as 9 meters to the twin towers that have just been demolished. That was the kind of closeness and proximity that we're talking about, and hence the worry was a lot, because the impact of the demolition and the effects on the already standing buildings is going to be something. We were told that the glass doors and windows might get shattered. Do we have a word around that, or is it too early to ascertain the impact on the buildings which are in the vicinity of the one standing twin towers?
Ria, is actually quite, it's too early to say something on those lines, because it's just been 25 minutes since the implosion happened, and you rightly mentioned that one of the major worry was that particular tower of Emerald Court, which was approximately 9 to 10 meters away from the very implosion site where these towers have been demolished today. And what we're given to understand, the inspection of the site on the expected lines have also begun. As I can also tell you that the moment the implosion happened, the moments just 5 to 6 minutes after that, we also saw some of the ambulances rushing to the site of this implosion. We cannot speculate anything. It could be some routine exercise which was
मैं लिख रही हूँ रवि एंड शालिनी डूइंग सीपी बाइट, ठीक है? रेडी फॉर यू। निकालिए पीछे निकालिए।
अब जो डेमोलिशन की बात की स्थिति है, सब कुछ अंडर कंट्रोल है।
देखिए, लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी,
और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है। बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं। उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे।
क्या डेब्रिस सर अंदर तक घुसी है? क्या जो
ये एक्सपर्ट जो मौके पर हैं वही बता पाएंगे। अभी यहाँ से जो अभी तक पता चला है कि लार्जली इट इज एज पर द प्लान्स।
सर आज जो है ये सक्सेसफुल हो गया, क्या आगे भी ऐसे ही डिमोलाइज किया जाएगा? जो भी भ्रष्ट माफिया होंगे या ऐसे अधिकारी कार्रवाई होगी?
दिस इज अ हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन।
अच्छा सर, जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं वो कब तक आके रह पाएंगे?
नोएडा एक मिनट, सीईओ साहब कुछ बोलना चाह रही हैं।
ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन सीपीआरआई की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है। थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और एटीएस की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स हैं दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1.5 आवर, 1 घंटे बाद। जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको देखिए, इसके बाद एक तो क्लीनिंग कराई जाएगी, दूसरा जो गैस की सप्लाई है वो रिस्टोर कराई जाएगी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन रिस्टोर कराया जाएगा। 6:30 के बाद जो दोनों बिल्डिंग्स हैं उनके रेजिडेंट्स को अंदर आने की परमिशन है। दैट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन कम्युनिकेटेड।
थैंक यू।
All right, we just heard those important reactions that are coming right after this implosion that has taken place. We heard the Noida Authority CEO at the moment who was actually taking stock of the situation right after that implosion has taken place. We also had the Noida Police Commissioner who also said that right now things have gone as planned. My colleague Siddhant is also with me on the broadcast to take us through all that has happened ever since this implosion at 2:30 that has taken place. Siddhant, do we know, has it gone as planned, or we are yet to ascertain about the safety of the buildings that were in the vicinity of the once standing Twin Towers, the Supertech Twin Towers?
Well, yes, that's right, Greha. We were listening to Alok Singh, Commissioner of Police, Noida, and Ritu Maheshwari, CEO of Noida Authority. So these two top bureaucrats have assured that largely there has been no damage. And in fact, there are some teams which are already on ground zero, and I can see the convoy of the senior officials of Noida district heading to the ground zero. Now, we have been told that at around 6:30, the residents will be allowed to come back to their apartments. The gas pipeline, gas supply will be restored, and once the inspection will be over. Now, right now, the blasters are inspecting the site. The other technicians are inspecting the site. The senior officials are going to the site to take stock of the situation, to speak to the blasters. Has there been any damage that has happened, or is it completely safe for the residents to get inside? But largely we have been told that everything was controlled and no damage has occurred. There was a dust cloud which we could see, which was up to few meters in the sky. But in few minutes only, with the help of sprinklers, water tankers, and in fact the anti-smog guns, in fact that dust cloud also diminished.
All right, Siddhant, I'm sorry I'd interrupt you there for a bit. Let me quickly play out those reactions of the Noida top cop, the police commissioner, and also the Noida Authority CEO. Let's listen into what they have said once again. I'll come back to you.
Tower of corruption. What are your views about this, sir?
It is as per the plans. The teams were working for this execution of the Honorable Supreme Court's order, and largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are
What
there.
are the three aspects which you're going to be checking, sir? I'm asking you very short answer. Three aspects which you'll be
See,
checking.
one is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smoke in the area so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chaliye, Mishra ji, chaliye, Mishra ji. Sorry, I'm sorry.
ऑल्सो जो केस की स्थिति है उसके हिसाब से कार्रवाई की जाएगी। नहीं, आसपास की सोसाइटीज़ में कोई डैमेज ब्रॉडली नहीं है, लेकिन जैसा मैंने बताया अभी जस्ट ब्लास्ट होके हटा है। एक घंटे के अंदर स्थिति बेहतर पता लगेगी।
All right, that was, we are getting in a word from the police commissioner and also the Noida Authority CEO. All right, I'm told that Alok Singh, the police commissioner, is with me on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. A very important task of the implosion of these twin towers that has been come into effect. But now is the big question of the after effect. Can you take us through that, sir?
This is too early to comment about it, but let me tell you and reassure you, the implosion has gone as per the plans, the way it was planned by the edifice engineering. It's completely as per plan, but still they are assessing on the spot, and we will be able to give you an answer after some time. Thank you so much.
Mr. Singh, one last question. How soon can people be allowed to come back to their respective houses, ones who reside in ATS and in Emerald Court? Seem to have lost that link with Mr. Singh. I'll try and go back to our reporters on ground. Akash is with me on the broadcast. Akash, I will try and get a sense from you. Now that the authorities are saying that the implosion has gone as per plan, what is the impact on ground is what we are trying to ascertain. All right, I'm told that I've lost that link with Alok. I'll try and get our reporters back on. But let me actually show you through our cameras right here on what we see after the twin towers have not now gone away from the skyline. This is the visual that we are showing to our viewers. Now those twin towers are no longer there in sight. Those twin towers that stood there as one of the tallest structures in the country are not there anymore. Very close to about half an hour ago is when the implosion took place. All right, I'm told I'm now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We just heard Mr. Alok Singh that the implosion has gone as per plan. However, it is still too early to ascertain on the kind of damages that might just be in the adjacent buildings. Now that the implosion has taken place, the visuals are everywhere. They're splashing every screens at the moment. It was quite a spectacle, but not so much for people who were residing in the societies close by. What will you say after this implosion has taken place?
I'm in total agreement with Alok Singh. Yes, the implosion part was flawless, but thereafter you have to be extremely, I don't say that there's any flaw post-implosion, but yes, the precautions that need to be taken, perhaps the amount of debris that has fallen down almost to the level of the 4th floor, that probably we did not expect that the debris would be as much as this. We were expecting something around maybe 80,000 even plus tons of debris, but this is immensely more, seems to be immensely more in volume. Now the clearing of the debris, the clearing of the air and the SPM particles may take a little longer. Of course, there was a lot of exuberance and there's a lot of anticipation that perhaps the wind velocity would be such so as to clear the air sooner than we had expected. But it is better to keep our fingers crossed, keep our preparations ready, and all the contingency plans have to be in place for the next 48 hours at least, in the sense that the pollution levels, because it remains to be seen what kind of collateral damage may have been done. It has to be ascertained now. It may take another 12 hours to ascertain.
You know, I'd like to actually break this very, very good news that is just coming in from edifice officials. Remember, edifice was the agency who was responsible for the detonation that has taken place. Now, they have said that there has been no damages to the residential towers in the adjoining Emerald Court after the Supertech demolition. That's some good news, sir.
Big relief to me because I'm a resident of the Supertech Emerald Court, and that good news is primarily not only for them but for me individually and personally. Well, God bless edifice, and of course it remains to be seen and examined to what extent other precautions need to be taken in terms of senior citizens, in case of those who are ill, and also first aid in respect of those who may have respiratory problems. These are things that need to be addressed at certain villages. They do happen. Such a massive arrangement, there are bound to be last-minute glitches that have to be addressed.
Right. Right, Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Appreciate you joining us. Let's also take a look at one of the reactions that we are getting from NDRF officials after this implosion has taken place.
देखिए हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट किया था टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, तो जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं। रेस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी। एनडीआरएफ का जितना काम था वो पूरा नहीं हमारी अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं।
हमने देखा था पूरी तरह से तैयारी थी, एक तरह से सामान निकाल कर रखे गए थे, उनकी कोई जरूरत नहीं पड़ी अब तक?
नहीं, अभी तक जरूरत नहीं पड़ी है। बाकी अभी मीटिंग है तो
यहाँ से अब रिलीव कर दिया गया है अभी?
नहीं, अभी मैं मीटिंग के लिए जा रहा हूँ, जैसे आदेश मिलेगा देंगे।
ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Let me now go across to Mr. Vishal Kumar, who is the Secretary of NEFOWA, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Kumar, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. We have been actually tracking all the developments ever since the Twin Towers stood, and now that they are finally down to the ground. Now we have a word from edifice officials that thankfully there has been no damage to the Emerald Court buildings, which were very close, remember, to the Twin Towers. 9 meters apart was one of the towers of Emerald Court. That's some good news and some respite for people who stay at Emerald Court and who are all set to return in the evening at about 6 p.m. once there is a clearance.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Kumar, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can.
Yes. Please go ahead.
First of all, thank you for taking time to cover all the story, and congratulations to Defy's team. As long as we heard from media, there is no damage to the nearby building. So once again, congratulations to carry out such successfully. And another point, since the tower have been demolished now, so it's not just the tower. We have demolished one of the corruption which have been done by Supreme Court of India, and really very thankful to the Court of India that they have given such orders to demolish this building. So now this building have been demolished. What should be the next action? What should be the next course of action taken care by authority? So now we'll have to see which society will have illegal buildings and what are the actions we can take about. We, as in the organization, we have taken lots of RTI, we have sent lots of complaints, and still we are waiting for response. And we hope after this incident, authority will take our complaints proactively and they'll do something to prevent all these things happening in the future.
And a word here, sir, on the implosion. Do you think this is something, obviously this has never been done before, and the trickiness of the situation was the fact that it was so close to the adjacent two societies, and now that it has been successfully carried out. A word here on the edifice and JET, both these agencies who have successfully carried out this implosion and never before seen in India.
Yeah, that's what I said. Congratulations to the entire team who carried out this explosion. So we heard that the blast sound will be heard almost around from 10 kilometers. And I think it was not heard. And as long as we see on the media, the dust and everything is being settled down. And we hope there is no as such damage to the nearby building and there is no casualty at all. So this is the first time in India such lengthy building have been demolished. And then team did it really very, very well.
All right, Mr. Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. Remember, we have been on ground since the beginning, since the morning and also yesterday, taking you through all the developments from on ground. Our reporters are also on ground taking stock of all the situation. I'm also now joined by Mr. Suhas, the DM of Noida, on the broadcast. Mr. Suhas, now that there has been a successful implosion that has been carried out, your first words, sir.
The demolition process has gone as per the plan. We are taking all the precautionary measures to ensure that the post-demolition process is completed as per what we have decided. So we are specially monitoring the pollution levels. The water has been sprinkled continuously and all the other precautionary measures. So largely everything has gone by plan. Still the experts are on a site and we want to ensure that every micro detail goes as per the plan. Thank you.
Mr. Suhas, one more thing that I'd want to understand from you. There has been so much of weight for the people in the nearby society, especially Emerald Court, who took this matter to the court. There's so many questions when it comes to the probe. In which direction is it going? Now that the Twin Towers are no longer there, they have been grazed to the ground. If you can throw light on which way is the probe really going?
Yes, as all of us know, Honorable Court had directed for the process and it has been closely monitored process. And today the challenge was to ensure that there is no loss of life or property, and the team had worked quite hard in the last few days. So yes, I think the process has been completed, but still the expert teams are on the spot, and we want to ensure that every micro details are observed and there is no problem for any residents who are residing around the area.
Mr. Suhas, you obviously must be getting all the word that's required from all the departments that are currently on ground, taking stock of the situation, trying to ascertain that the debris are also cleared at the earliest. What is the timeline that you are giving? Because the debris are a lot. What is it that is going to happen from now on once the dust is settled and once the debris are going to be taken away from this very spot?
The CBRI teams are on the ground. The Noida Authority teams, Pollution Control Board teams, and the utility teams, the Hydel Electricity Department teams, Pollution Control Board teams, different teams are on the ground. They have all been given standard operating procedure and their responsibilities. We want to ensure that we want to get all the residents who have been evacuated at the earliest back to their residences, and we want to ensure that all micro details seen around the area are monitored closely, and there's no hassle for the residents of Noida and people who are living around the airstrike build-up.
All right. And Mr. Suhas, one final word that I'd like to understand. The expressway and also the airspace was shut because of the implosion and because of the fact that this is going to actually lead to the emanation of a cloud of smoke that we saw in the visuals and also through the naked eye as we were reporting and constantly tracking all the developments from on ground. How soon is that going to open and how soon can people begin to come back to their respective houses?
Presently we are on ground zero and our teams are working hard to ensure that the air quality is brought back to normal limits at the earliest. So yes, all the departments have been given the mandate to ensure that as per the plan, we bring back the air quality to normal levels at the earliest.
And one final word on all the authorities who are currently on ground. We saw that you were actually taking stock of everything on ground right before the detonation, the implosion was all set to happen. What do you have to say about this very, very planned implosion that took place? And like we are hearing from the officials, whether it is edifice or otherwise, that this has gone as per plan. We also heard the police commissioner saying just as much.
Yes. It has been a planned execution of the demolition. So it has gone as per the plan. But still, the experts are on the site and they are looking for the debris and looking for the micro details on the spot. So we don't want to leave any corner untouched. So we want to ensure that it is completely executed as per the plan, and post-demolition precautions are also in place.
All right. And Mr. Suhas, before I let you go, what is that word that you will want to send out to the people who are staying in Sector 93? Because this is going to take about 3 to 4 months for the debris to be completely taken away from the site where the Twin Towers really stood some time back. What is it that you're going to say to the people till the dust settles? Because remember, we're talking about Noida, we're talking about Delhi NCR, not known for the Delhi air quality as well.
It will certainly not take 3 to 4 months. It will be much quicker than that. And we want to ensure that the air quality index is brought back to the normal limits at the earliest. Therefore, the teams will work in and around Sector 93 day and night, and we want to ensure it is done at the earliest. And yes, we would like to assure all the citizens of Noida that the administration will leave no stone unturned. We will do all within our power to ensure that normalcy is brought back immediately. As of now, everything is under control, but we'll ensure that AQI is brought under control at the earliest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suhas. Appreciate you joining us. I continue to be with Mr. Vishal Kumar, Secretary, NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, we just heard the Noida DM. Some good news. He says that the debris might just be cleared before that 3 months time span that has been given to us.
Yeah, I think Suhas Alwai is doing a pretty good job. We have seen the arrangements what they have done in the morning, and I saw Ritu Mahestri also was there on zero ground. And it was a very good work done by Noida Authority and the administration part, entire police fraternity. Everyone was there. So arrangements and everything is good. Debris will of course will take time to get clean from the area, and then the most important thing is to maintain the air quality in that area. So now we have to see how this is going to happen, because water can and everything is there.
Here on the RWAs of not just the society of Emerald Court and ATS, we're also talking about the adjoining societies. They have really done wonders when it comes to actually ensuring that the people are not inconvenienced. They, in fact, got in people who did not have anywhere else to go to get into their own societies, get the clubhouses open for them so that they are not inconvenienced.
So it is really a tough job for them. So everybody is out as of now from that area, and as long as I spoke to few of the residents, few of my friends, they are outside from this vicinity. They are staying either the friend's home, or some of them went outside Noida to stay at some hotel or some resorts. So it will be really tough for them to come back and to see how dust has impacted their house and appliances. Obviously, it will take more time to get everything clean. And it was a good effort, and it was good support from nearby areas that they have supported this activity very well. And then we hope that everything goes well and that there should not be any damage to their building at all.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for joining us on the broadcast. I'm also now joined by my colleague Nikhil, who continues to track all the developments on ground. Yes, Nikhil, if you can just take our viewers through the location where you are at and the impact of the demolition for you. What did you feel?
So the impact of the demolition, Greha, when we were there, all the residents of the nearby society, they came out on their balconies to get a view of the same. They were also reiterating the fact that media is someone who has hyped this particular event, but it is already, in that sense, historic. This is the reason why all the people came out in the balconies to get a glimpse of those particular seconds. But now let's talk about the after effects of the demolition. So the building has finally been demolished. Now what is left is the debris. We can expect few-story building debris which has been gathered at that particular location. Also at this site, Noida Authority is there, pollution control authorities are there, utility teams are deployed. Different teams are already on the ground zero, and they already have all the set SOPs which has to be followed after the demolition. In fact, talking about the advisory which was issued, so many of the nearby residents, they are still at the places where they were already diverted. The water sprinklers are already reaching at the ground zero. So the authorities are trying their best for the very first time to settle the dust. This is their main objective. So all the water tankers as well, which were deployed at the ground zero, they are now being pushed right at the site where the demolition has taken place. If we talk about the overall ground situation, there is not that kind of dust, that kind of balloon of dust which we were expecting. It has already settle in that level. We can see now the twin towers are gone. They were expected to go down, few months back. But after a long legal battle of 10 years, finally it has gone down. And all the authorities are on the ground zero. In fact, if we talk about the names, the Noida district magistrate, Suhas Elwa, he is already closely monitoring the situation. Along with him is the presence of Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar. They are now present at the ground zero. Many of the people are already here, the nearby residents. In fact, they were advised by the authorities not to come near the radius of the twin towers. But after the demolition, we can see that many of the people, out of their excitement, they can be seen not just outside their balconies as well, but there are people who have gathered on the roads. But the after effect is something which is really very much important. The people, the residents of the nearby societies, Greha, they were already advised that they have to shut down their windows, their doors as well for a few days until the dust actually settles down. Also, the fire brigade can be seen here. So so far the plan of the Noida administration is to make sure that all the dust particles are settled down as early as possible. But we can, clearly say that the dust particles in that sense already have gone. They have disappeared. We can see the clear view of the society where the twin tower was erected. But now what we can see that everything is standstill except for the twin towers which are already demolished. Back to you, Greha.
Right, Nikhil. Thank you so much actually for bringing us up to speed with what you see on ground, because this is the important part. On the clearing of the debris, the impact of the implosion, and also how soon can people begin to return to their houses. This is something that we will continue to track. Nikhil continues to be with me. We will let him go to the place to ascertain what is it that is happening on ground when it comes to the debris clearing. And remember, we also have been trying to get a sense of the smog gulls that are currently on ground, trying to dissipate as much water so that the dust settles. From where I can see, the dust has fairly settled on this side of the ATS Green and Emerald Court Towers. But because of the wind, the direction of the wind, which is going towards Greater Noida, we do not know what is the situation when it comes to the other societies, whether it is Parsvanath Shrishti or Eldico, which is on the other side of ATS Greens and Emerald Court. We will see what is happening. We'll try and get our reporters who are reporting from these various societies. We can see from the visuals over here that this flyover is also fairly, where people were here assembled. They've all begun to leave now that the twin towers have been demolished. And people are also beginning to go back now that the spectacle is over. However, now comes the important part on the after impact of the demolition. Mr. Kumar continues to be with me on the broadcast. Mr. Vishal Kumar, who's the Secretary of NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, we were just letting our my colleague Nikhil give us a sense of what is happening on ground right now. The diversions stay. The smog guns are doing their job, trying to settle the dust that has emanated because of the demolition. However, we also need to look at the people residing in the other societies, because all the reporters, all my colleagues are talking about the direction of the wind, which is going and moving towards Greater Noida. That means that the society, which is beyond ATS Green, is also going to be going to have an impact because of the dust cover. A word on that as well, sir.
It is very tough to predict anything as of now. It's all depend how the wind velocity is going to be and how badly this will impact. But yes, the person who have some problem, let's say for asthmatic patient or anyone, they need to be very careful, even it is not very close to that technicity, but they need to see and watch. So everything will depend how wind flows and what are the speed. Nearby societies everywhere they heard some sound, but it's all about dust and debris everywhere. So we don't know as of now. But yes, it will have some impact, and we need to be very careful in those areas. And people with having respiratory disease, they need to take care of themselves, at least for next 2-3 days. Till the time dust get settles.
All right, and Mr. Kumar, the fact that we are trying to ascertain all the details after this particular blast has happened, we are being told from the authorities, especially the police commissioner, we've had a word with him. Now, he's saying that the blast has taken place as planned. However, the impact on ground is something we are yet ascertaining. There are still some unconfirmed reports that the boundary wall of a particular society, we do not know whether it is ATS Green or it is Emerald Court, has been hit. We are still to actually confirm this report. However, this is a word that is also coming, still unconfirmed, sir.
So it all depends, sir. So as of now, unless we don't have any confirmed news, if we say anything about that, that will be a kind of rumor to, take people in fear. So now there will be some impact in terms of when we see the building was demolished in just 9 seconds. And we have seen the cloud of dust which has come out after demolishing. So what impact is there, whether it has impacted some buildings, some boundary wall, anything like that, or some mirrors? So I think we should wait for complete clarity on the reports, and then we'll see how it's going to impact the society of the nearby area.
Mr. Kumar, when it comes to the Noida Authority, the Pollution Control Authority, the utility teams that are on ground, obviously they are set to move in a certain amount. They need to follow SOPs that have been put in place. That is something that they have to do. The aftermath is something that we are closely monitoring. We are yet to ascertain whether there is a damage at ATS Green that the society has suffered. However, the authorities are doing their job. What is it that you think, if at all they are done in a synchronized manner, how soon will things come back to normal?
As of now, looking at the preparation what authority have done, the entire Noida administration have done, we are very confident that they're going to carry out all these, precautionary things. And looking at the things, I think it will take another 3 to 4 days to at least have some control over the situation. But dust and debris will take time to get removed. But yes, I would like to thank entire authority team and firefighting team. I have seen them; they're already synchronized and they're very well prepared over there.
All right, Mr. Kumar, kindly stay on with me. Let me also show our viewers what is happening at the flyover at the moment. There's some sort of water sprinkling that's happening over here also, if my cameras can show you. Any sort of dust is trying to be settled because of the water sprinkling. However, they're doing it on ground. There is no smoke gun at play here because the dust cover hasn't yet reached this particular spot where I am reporting from. However, the sprinkling is going on so that any kind of dust can settle and the roads really are clear of any sort of dust that can be removed. Also on the broadcast is Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Singh, authorities are working endlessly to ensure that things are back on track normally. What is it that you'd say to them at the moment? This is the crucial time.
I would like to compliment Alok Singh and Ritu Maheshwari for running the extra mile for all of us. And indeed, they are the salt of the earth and the services when it comes to doing extraordinary work. But yes, the follow-up has to be, and the follow-through is as important as the execution itself. The execution was flawless, there is no doubt about it. But the follow-through, now the dust, the debris, the pollution, and the care of the elderly, the ill, and also of the stray animals will have to take precedence. And also how to see that there is no epidemic that spreads because of the pollution. The clearing of the debris, I'm told, would require hundreds of trucks for many, many weeks together. That of course is an issue, because if this is not cleared, that can again be a breeding ground for infectious diseases. And I believe that the debris, your wonderful coverage shows that is almost to the level of the 4th floor of the tower Astor 1. It is a scary situation, and I do hope that Ritu ji is listening to me and she will take adequate pains to ensure that the debris is cleared, and the presence of the fire service, the police and the medical and the paramedical staff is there for the next at least 2 weeks till everything is all clear.
Mr. Singh, now that you have seen all that has happened ever since this implosion has taken place, do you think things are going as planned when it comes to all these authorities which are currently on ground trying to ascertain that things are back to normal, or there is a little more lacking that you'd like to for them to work on a war footing when it comes to that normalcy to be restored?
Absolutely. Take the people into confidence, the RW into confidence, and ensure that sanitation and hygiene are looked after. The medical and the health services and the sanitations are given the due importance. And of course, the elderly and the ill are given the topmost priority which they richly deserve. And I would again commend the authorities for what they have done, the excellent job that they have done. But yes, this is just the beginning. And execution brilliantly executed, but the follow through is even more important. And this is where I would request them to place the interest of the elderly and the infirm and the aged, the sick, on the topmost priority.
Absolutely. And Mr. Singh, when we're talking about the follow-through, one important thing that I'd once again take our viewers through is how the authorities are going to go back to the site, and they are all set to ascertain whether the foundational structures are all right for the people to return to their houses. Now, that remains a very, very important thing. Mr. Singh, if you can hear me.
Yes, yeah. For the people to go inside their homes, they have to, again, as I said before, they have to be taken into confidence, assured and reassured multiple times that they are in very safe hands. The district authority is at the beck and call, and if there is any requirement for their intervention, they will not be found wanting, and they have not been found wanting earlier also. And they can trust, let me tell you, I can vouch that both Ritu Maheshwari ji and Alok Singh and the district magistrate are people who can be relied upon. We have fortunate to have the best people of the services here, and indeed they can be trusted to rehabilitate all of us in the Supertech Emerald Court.
Right. Mr. Singh, in fact, the visuals on the screens, our viewers can actually see, we can show what is happening after those twin towers have been demolished. We can see that plume of smoke which remains subdued in the lower part of where the demolition has taken place. So that is yet to settle. However, the water sprinkling is happening on a wharf footing from where we can see even the road leading up to the ATS Green Society, from where we are at the JP Tower. Even that is being sprinkled by water. Even this particular society, this particular flyover, there's water sprinkling happening. However, that thick plume of smoke remains where the building has just come down. So that is the tricky part. And I'd let Mr. Kumar come in over here. Mr. Kumar, you know, very rightfully, Mr. Singh was talking about how the things need to be done on a war footing, especially for children and the elderly who might suffer because of the pollution aspect of this particular building that's come down, the twin towers that have come down.
Mr. Vikram has rightfully said, we have based officers in place in Noida. And then we can trust them that they're going to get the situation controlled in very soon. So now follow through, which is very important as of now, to see how quickly they're going to do it and how soon we can have the situation under control. And in Delhi, childs, ill people, they all need special care as of now. And then we hope Ritu Maheshwari and Suhas Alvai will do the excellent job as they have done in the past. And we are very hopeful for that.
Right, Mr. Kumar and Mr. Singh, please continue to be with us on the broadcast. We are also showing the after effect of the demolition, the implosion that has just taken place. The place where we are at, this particular JP flyover from where I am reporting out of, there has been a water tanker that has just left this particular spot. Ample water sprinkling is happening so that the dust really settles down. Remember, there is a thick cloud of dust that emanated from the implosion that took place at 2:30. A water tanker has just crossed this particular area where I am standing at. You can see this entire road over here, this entire flyover has been actually sprinkled with a lot of water so that dust can settle down. However, I can tell you this much. There is no difficulty in breathing. There has not been any kind of dust that has come to this side because of the wind direction, which is in the other direction of the implosion. So all the dust is going that way from where I am standing. So that ways we have been fairly okay when it comes to the aftermath of the implosion that has taken place. But if I can actually get my cameras to close in, this is the visual that we are also getting from the blast site, the ground zero, where now demolished twin towers debris now remain. Actually the smoke of dust, the cloud of dust which is suspended in the lower reaches of the one standing structure of the Supertech twin towers, that place is the trouble area. That is the ground zero where ample water sprinkling for the debris to settle down needs to be done. Of course, there are SOPs in place to actually ascertain what is it that needs to be done first so that things go as planned. However, this is the second step. After the implosion, there have been smoke guns, water tankers at play, doing their job, sprinkling water all around the area in the 500-meter radius of the one standing Supertech twin towers ever since the demolition has taken place at 2:30 p.m. My colleague Nikhil is also joining me on the broadcast now. Nikhil, I was just talking to our viewers about the water sprinkling and other arrangements that are being done. What can you tell our viewers on the SOPs that are in place when it comes to the authorities doing their job after the implosion has taken place?
So, Greha, once the implosion is done, what we can see on the ground zero, to start from the ground zero, we can see that there is heavy police deployment, paramilitary forces. They have also been deployed on the ground zero. There are many of the spectators as well who are here, who have gathered here to see the after effect of the explosion which has now taken place over the twin towers. Already, what we can see is that as per the SOPs, they have been directed that the anti-smoke guns, they are supposed to move around. Apart from the same, there are different machines as well which have been put into place by the Noida authorities. They are also on the ground zero to keep a check on the same. Apart from it, the firefighters can also be seen on the ground zero. All the teams have been alerted. The utility teams that we can talk about, they are already on the ground zero. And as per the SOP, they have to firstly check about the damage that has been done. Also, if we talk about the dust particle, the debris, so far, as mentioned by you as well, Greha, earlier as well, that we can see that there is already a clarity, in the environment. There is no dust particle or dust, balloon of dust that we were expecting. So it has settled down very early. And also we can see that, the JCBs are present here, the tractors are present here, and the vans are already present here, who are here to gather the debris. We have been told that the edifice engineering, the experts of the same, they are going to evaluate the situation. They are firstly going to check as to are there any of the damages nearby to particular societies. We have seen that there was just very minute distance between the twin tower and the ATS tower, the twin tower, and on the left there were the Emerald Court as well. So firstly they are going to check if there is any of the damage, but prima facie it seems like everything is under control. Everything has gone as per the preparation of the different teams which were pressed into here at the ground zero, and there is already a presence of the senior VVIP officials as well. There is Noida Commissioner Alok Kumar. He is already here on the ground zero, and accompanying him is Noida District Magistrate Mr. Suhas LY. So all the teams are here. They are closely monitoring the situation. But first and foremost, they are going to check as to what are the damages that have been done. In fact, the reports are coming is that there are some minor damages to the boundary wall, only to the boundary wall. That means no loss of life has been reported, no loss of, in that sense has been reported, but just a minor damage to the boundary wall of the nearby society. It has been reported, but we need more confirmation on the same. You can see the sprinkling of water is being done. All the tankers which were deployed here by the authorities, they have now started working as per the SOP. So this is something which we can see. Also, the ambulances have been asked to move around for meeting any of the contingency. This is the reason why the senior officials, they are already on the ground zero. I would urge my camera person on the left to show you the visuals of this particular car. This is the Scorpio car. We can see that they are from the C&D waste recycling plant department, which falls in the Noida authority. Also, they have been put here. The ambulances are already moving. The corridors were made. This is what we have been telling you since morning. So all the officials, they are currently ascertaining the situation as to what is the impact of the demolition.
I just spotted a mini truck taking some plants and some trees. Do you think there have been damages to some plants and trees because of the implosion? Do we have a word on that? Siddhant, if you can hear me. Siddhant, I just happened to see a mini truck who was taking some plants and trees that possibly must have gotten uprooted because of the implosion. Do we know of any such damages because and after impact of the implosion? All right, I'll try and go back to my colleagues on ground. Right now, going back to my guests who are patiently waiting, Vikram Singh, former DGP Uttar Pradesh, and Vishal Kumar, Secretary, NEFOWA, continue to be with me on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, I'll come to you right now. I'll just take the same question to you. We do not know about the damages. We are still ascertaining what has happened after this implosion. However, from what I saw at this place where I'm standing at, there were trucks which were taking some trees that possibly might have gotten uprooted because of the implosion. Of course, we'd have to be ready for all those damages because of this planned demolition.
Well, yes, such things do happen, and after such a major operation, well, it was best avoided. It is just too bad that I think even if there were a couple of trees or more trees that have uprooted, I think we'd be getting off rather too cheaply also. I do hope it is not more than that. But yes, let us see if the trees can be transplanted back or what can be done to restore the greenery. But the damage has to be assessed now. I believe the process has begun. I am given to understand the process of assessment has begun. It may take a little while, maybe 24 hours, to assess what damage to the structures, to the foundation, to the electrical installations, to the gas supply, and other infrastructure may have been caused. And what may have happened inside also due to the vibrations, because the strong vibrations also have a knack of impacting negatively the electrical installations and other structural, and bringing about something that is known as causing damage to the structural foundations, starting from the foundation right up to the ceiling, that have to be assessed, and the structural engineers are the best people to understand and estimate whether any damage has been done to the structure, electrical installations, the fire service capacity of the buildings. They all have to be re-audited and reassessed.
Right. Mr. Singh, let our viewers see what is happening at the moment. And Mr. Kumar, I'll come to you then. We just saw another round of these water tankers sprinkling water further at this flyover. Because, normally we can just say vaguely that there is no air pollution in this particular spot. But we do not know what is the impact. We cannot tell unless and until there is some sort of reader over here which can actually talk about the deterioration in the air quality. And to ascertain all of that and to figure that there is no further damage when it comes to the AQI, at least in this area, which is about 300 to 400 meters away from where the demolition took place, these water tankers continue to do their job. They're sprinkling water over here, even at this place. Remember, we are far away from the demolition area. The smoke has not come to this side. All right, I'll come to you, Mr. Kumar. Alok Singh, Noida Police Commissioner, is again joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. Very important implosion that has taken place as per the Supreme Court order. Has it gone as planned, sir?
Yes, it's a complete execution as per the plans. We have been planning it for last couple of months. A lot of team effort had gone into it. Various experts were roped in. And today, finally, it went as per the copybook.
Also, sir, we are being told that the boundary wall of the ATS Green Society might have gotten hit. There might have been a damage. Do we have a word on that, sir?
The expert teams, the engineering teams, they are still on the spot. They are assessing it. Yes, it seems that there was some breach of the parameter of the ATS. That's what the initial information is. But the extent of the damage is still being assessed, but that's only on the parameter boundary.
And the way the things are standing at the moment, sir, how soon can people begin to return to their houses?
The cleansing process is on. The Noida Authority has deployed multi-task teams who are working at cleaning, restoring many connections.
And reconnect with more people from the authority to actually give us a sense of what could be the after effect of this implosion. I'll go back to my guests who continue to be with me. Mr. Kumar, I'll come back to you now. We just heard the Noida Police Commissioner. He is saying that the demolition has gone on as planned. So this is a sense of respite that we might get, and also this eventually would lead to all the residents to come back to their houses in due time.
Yes, as Mr. Alok said, explosion has gone as per the plan. I think looking at
All
the
right,
image...
before I do that, let me quickly cut across Chetan Datta's reaction. He is, remember, the person who pressed the blaster button. Let's quickly listen into that.
बिल्कुल बटन दबाने के सेकंड बाद में खड़ा हो गया देखो मैं देख रहा हूँ तो वहाँ बिल्डिंग नहीं दिख रही धुआं था
अच्छा कितनी दूरी पर थे वहाँ से आप
जस्ट 70 मीटर अवे फ्रॉम देयर
अच्छा 70 मीटर की दूरी पर सबको 250 मीटर दूर रखा गया मतलब बड़ी हिम्मत चाहिए थी 70 मीटर दूर रहने के लिए
नहीं वी आर वेरी ऑफन वी आर यूज्ड टू इट
अच्छा सर एक बार नाम बता दीजिए
हाँ मैं चेतन दत्ता
अच्छा अच्छा आप ही पे सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी थी
शायद
अच्छा जिम्मेदारी को पूरा किया
डेमोलिशन रहा कैसा रहा क्या आपके तरीके से देखा जाए तो सक्सेसफुल रहा
100% सक्सेसफुल
100%।
कितनी देर लगी सर जैसे कह रहे थे 9 से 12 मिनट
द सेम टाइम 9 एज अ सेकंड में बिल्डिंग पूरी क्रैश कर गई
अच्छा 9 सेकंड में मतलब अब लग रहा है कि जो सोचा था वो कर पाए
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जो हमारी प्रेडिक्शन थी 100% सक्सेसफुल हुई है और 100% पास हुई है
अच्छा जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक पूरी टीम का वर्क होता है तो पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है कि कर दिखाया
सर बिल्कुल पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है और जब ब्लास्ट होने के बाद हम पांचों अंदर गए और हम लोगों ने बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरह इंस्पेक्ट किया उसके जस्ट 5 मिनट बाद हम लोग रो रहे थे
और सर कितने लोग थे कितने इन्वॉल्व थे आपने कितने लोग
सब असेंबली वेटिंग फॉर मी
कितने लोग
मैडम टोटल 10 लड़के मेरी टीम में थे और 7 फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे और 20 से 25 की एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग की टीम थी
सर जैसे आपने एक्सपीरियंस बताया कितने दूर थे मतलब पूरे
मैडम सिर्फ 70 मीटर दूर थे इस ब्लास्ट से
जी और जो प्रोसीजर जो हुआ जब बटन दबाया क्या थी सर फीलिंग क्या थी उस समय
आधे घंटे पहले जब सायरन खुश दबा दिया गया बजा दिया गया आधे घंटे पहले हम पांचों आपस में एक दूसरे से कोई बात नहीं कर रहे थे सिर्फ दूसरे का चेहरा देख रहे थे और जैसे बटन दबने की इमीडिएटली बाद जब मैंने खड़े होकर बिल्डिंग की तरफ देखा तो सिर्फ वहाँ धूल का गुबार था और कुछ चिंताएं थी और उन चिंताओं को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने धूल को शटर होने की वेट नहीं की जब से मास्क निकाले एंड सब भागते हुए बिल्डिंग की तरफ गए और हमारा पहला कंसर्न एमराल्ड कोड था उसको चेक किया इट वाज कम्प्लीटली सेफ एक एटीएस की तरफ हल्का सा एक जो कंपाउंड वॉल है उस पर थोड़ा सा पत्थर गिरा है जिसकी वजह से 3 या 4 मीटर कंपाउंड वॉल टूटी है एंड एवरीथिंग इज सेफ एज पर आवर प्लान माई सर चेतन दत्ता आई वाज इंडियन ब्लास्टर
थैंक यू सो मच सर थैंक यू
Okay, so viewers, you were listening to Chetan Datta, who is the Indian blaster. He's the same person who pressed the green button, after which the the explosion took place as per the plan. This is something which is being said by the officials. But as of now, if we talk about the officials who all are on the ground zero, we can assure you that all the senior officials, concerned authorities, they are currently stationed at the blast site. They are actually ascertaining as to what are the implications, what are the after effects of the implosion. So Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar, he is already here on the ground zero. In fact, since morning, he had actually taken over the command center. Sorry?
नुकसान नहीं हुआ, सिर्फ जो ATS सोसाइटी जो साथ में लगी हुई है उसकी 10 मीटर जो बाउंड्री वॉल है उस पे जो वेस्ट है डेब्रिस है वो हिट किया है, तो वो थोड़ी सी 10 मीटर्स में डैमेज हुई है. दैट्स इट.
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू.
Okay, so 10-meter boundary wall has been hit by the debris, which has now been, this is being said by the Ritu Maheshwari, who is the CEO of Noida Authority. So all the officials, we were mentioning you viewers earlier as well, that all the senior officials are here on the ground zero at the blast site. Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar Singh, he's already here since morning. He's closely monitoring the situation. Along with him is Noida DM Suhas Elwa. He's also closely observing the situation as to what are the things which are unfolding minute by minute. If we talk about the ground situation, still there are many of the people, many of the spectators who are present here. There are residents of the nearby places. They have come here. In fact, some of the people have also come here, viewers, from the national capital as well, from the neighboring city as well, Delhi. They have come all the way at the ground zero to watch that particular second, that how the building has been demolished. Also, we can see many of the workers of the Noida Authority, they have already started working. These are the workers who are deployed on the ground zero. There is barricading still, in the nearby places of the Twin Tower. Also, the paramilitary forces, along with the Noida police personnel, they are still on the alert mode. They are checking as to what are the damages, if any, being reported at the blast site. And we were mentioning you earlier as well that the sprinklers are carrying out their job. They are sprinkling the water, just after the blast. So many of the tankers which were brought here, which were in fact on the standby mode, they have now started working on their own as per the SOPs, as per the protocols which were mentioned to them, beforehand, before few days.
We saw this kind of demolition that was in Kochi, but this was not in a densely populated area. At this point in time, if I can show you the visuals, these nearby societies have been asked to vacate the area. You can see the coverings where residents have covered their balconies because of the possibility of debris coming out to their societies as well. But as of now, ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, two societies have been asked to vacate the area. Somewhere around 5,000 people have left their homes, have vacated their homes. And as of now, the parking facilities and the accommodation has been fixed. Some alternate arrangements have been made, and everyone is waiting for this particular demolition. At 2:30, we'll be seeing that more than 3,500 kgs explosives that have been placed and that has been used in this particular building will be going on boom, and we'll be seeing we'll be hearing in fact a sound, and after that this building will be coming out. And 2:30 is the sharp, that is the time period that has been given by Noida Authority and also the company that is involved in this particular task. This is going to be a mega event not only for Delhi but for whole country, because everyone is waiting for this mega demolition.
Today is the D-Day for the 2 towers of corruption here in Noida, and right now we are reporting from Purvanchal Silver City, which is one such society which has made arrangements for the residents of society ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, which is present adjacent to the same tower which is going to be demolished today. First of all, let me show you some preparations with this particular society's RWA has made for the people. As you can see, the arrangement has been made for approximately 150 to 200 people. Food arrangement has also been made, arrangements for their breakfast, lunch has been made, and I'll request my camera person to show you other side of this room where a screen has also been installed to watch this particular demolition, because in matter of time, in matter of 9 seconds, the Supertech towers will be demolished today at around 2:30 p.m. This is very significant day for the people of Supertech Emerald, because this was the fight which was legally taken up by the people of that particular society, and also in a sense that it is a significant day for them, because there is a sense of fear amongst the people of society that some sort of damage could also happen to their residence, as it's just present near that particular tower which will be demolished today. So we have with us some of the residents who have made this arrangement, and also the president of the RWA to talk on this entire thing. So today is the day when those Supertech towers will be demolished, and you have made certain arrangement. What do you think? किस तरह का संदेश, किस तरह का मैसेज आया जाएगा सोसाइटी में?
नहीं, बहुत ही एक पॉजिटिव और स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज जाना चाहिए, और मेरे ख्याल इसीलिए इस तरह से डिमोलिशन प्लान किया है कोर्ट ने कि एक मैसेज स्ट्रॉन्ग जाए। अदरवाइज इसको नॉर्मल तरीके से भी डिमोलिश किया जा सकता था, जिससे कि किसी को पता भी नहीं लगता, लेकिन इसको इस तरह से ब्लास्ट करके डिमोलिश करने का शायद कोर्ट का भी इंटेंशन था कि एक मैसेज पूरे कंट्री में जाना चाहिए कि इस तरह की चीजें होंगी तो उनका ये नतीजा होगा।
सर, तो एक दूसरी, सर आपने ये अरेंजमेंट्स क्यों की? मतलब क्या वजह रही? क्योंकि ऐसा तो है नहीं कि वो सोसाइटी एकदम आपके साथ ही है, क्या वजह रही इन अरेंजमेंट्स को करने की?
नहीं, वजह यही थी कि लास्ट मोमेंट पे सब लोग, कुछ लोग होंगे जो अरेंजमेंट्स नहीं कर पाएंगे, यहाँ जिनके रिलेटिव्स वगैरह नहीं होंगे एनसीआर वगैरह में, जहाँ शिफ्ट नहीं हो पाएंगे, तो वो लोग यहाँ पे क्योंकि एक ही दिन की बात है तो यहाँ पे वो लोग आ सकते हैं और अपना टाइम स्पेंड अच्छे से कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर। तो ये एक बात दिमाग में थी, इसलिए अरेंजमेंट्स हम लोगों ने करे हैं।
सर, एक चीज और, नोएडा अथॉरिटीज के द्वारा कहा गया है कि आज 1:30 बजे से लेकर 3:30 बजे तक एक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कट किया जाएगा। क्या अभी तक प्रशासन ने आपकी इस मामले में कुछ सुनवाई की है, या फिर वो कट जारी रहने वाला है?
अभी तक तो कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। कल हमने बात करी थी, डीएम साहब से बात हुई थी मेरी खुद, और एई जो है अपना एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर, उनसे बात हुई थी कॉन्फ्रेंस में। तो अभी तक तो कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं मिला है, बट कल लास्ट मिनट पे ये इस तरह से हमें मैसेज मिला तो थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि हमारी पूरी प्लानिंग का पार्ट नहीं था, हम लोग एक हफ्ते से प्लान कर रहे हैं सब चीजों को, तो वो हमारी प्लानिंग का पार्ट नहीं था। पहले से पता तो शायद उस चीज के लिए भी कुछ।
Hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. This is a very special broadcast that I, Griha Siddiqui, is bringing to you live from Sector 93 in Noida. Remember, this is a very special day because today is the day when what is legal is standing tall and what is not has come crashing down. The site behind me used to have the Supertech Twin Towers. Now they are no more there because of an implosion that was ordered by the apex court of the country, and because of that, those very illegal structures, the Supertech Twin Towers, have been demolished. This is a court-ordered demolition that took place at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. We were here. We were taking stock of minute-by-minute details of that very planned implosion. That was where the structure stood. Our cameras have its eyes on this particular society, which really was having to battle because of those monstrosities which were there, right beside the Emerald Court and the ATS Green Society. Now these two societies and the residents of the two societies would heave a sigh of relief because of the illegal structures that have finally been grazed to the ground. Let's now try and get you a sense. We are also constantly playing those visuals for you on what is it that is happening after the implosion has taken place. You can of course see the plume of smoke that still remains, how the fire tenders are also on the spot trying to actually sprinkle ample water so that the dust really is subdued and that kind of impact on the air quality is reduced. The water tankers are constantly going in and around the 500-meter radius of where the Twin Towers really stood, and they are constantly sprinkling water. We are also showing you constant visuals of the area around this entire society, the ATS Green and the Emerald Court. that now will have its residents returning to their houses once they've gotten a go-ahead from the respective authorities. Remember, the SOP is that the smog guns are in place. They are sprinkling water for the dust to be settled, and then the authorities will go back to the respective societies. Remember, we're talking about the two adjacent societies. One is ATS Green, the other one is the Emerald Court, the Supertech Emerald Court, the very society, the residents of whose had took this battle to the Allahabad High Court, challenged the Supertech Twin Towers, the construction of the towers, the grazing of which was ordered by the Allahabad High Court, and that very verdict was upheld by the Supreme Court. So it's a big win for the residents of the Emerald Court. In fact, from where I am reporting, I can also see a plane flying. So that no-fly zone that was actually put in place has, I believe, been lifted. I can see a plane over there. I don't know whether the camera can see or not, but this is what the naked eye can tell you, that the no-fly zone has been actually taken away. So that really is not in place at the moment. Remember, there was a no-fly zone during the time of the demolition because of the debris and the dust that had emanated because of the implosion. So I believe that has been lifted because I do see planes flying. We have to see if the barricading and the checks and balances when it comes to traffic movements that have been put in place, whether they are now being removed or not. To get a sense of what is happening on ground, let me actually take it to my colleagues who are constantly reporting from over there. Akash, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Yes, Akash, over to you. Take us through what has been the aftermath of this very planned implosion of the Supertech Twin Towers.
At a road which is very much, the same road where we had those twin towers, in fact, and as of now I'm showing the visuals of the authorities taking care of the dust. As of now, you can see the water tankers and also the fire tenders and also the police officials. Basically, the authorities are still giving it a check as to if all things went well or not, because just a few minutes back I had a word with the Indian blaster who pressed the final button and he was saying that everything went as per their expectations. However, they are still giving it a detailed check and they'll let us know as to if everything was smooth and successful or not. Further, let me also mention this, that the boundary wall that was the connecting wall between the ATS village society and also these towers was slightly hit. However, no damage has been reported. This was confirmed by Indian blaster Chetan Datta. Also, as far as authorities are concerned, so authorities are saying that everything was as it was planned. But as of now, I'm showing you the visuals, the latest visuals from the same road where we have the debris on that particular side, and also at this corner we have the Supertech Emerald Society. You can see the water tankers, smoke guns and all other things. Also, police personnel have been deployed because still common people are not allowed to go inside the particular area. Also, if I can ask Umesh to show you the visuals where you can see the common people who are around. Initially they were very excited, but now as they are allowed to this particular road, you can see the kind of excitement. They are still recording the videos, they are taking selfies. However, the traffic has not been restored on this particular road. Initially we were told that around 300 meters they'll not be allowing traffic for at least 2 hours, and this was initially told. However, we don't know as to what is the initial plan now, what is the final plan now, but I'm showing you the visuals where you can see the locals and especially those who are living in Geja village. Because the kind of excitement that was witnessed, it was first of its kind of event, and that's the reason why people were very excited. Hundreds of people had gathered, and we saw that when this process happened actually, so they shouted like anything, they hooted like anything, and as of now they are still excited about this particular exercise that is being carried out. You can see the water tankers, fire tenders and all other things. Basically, after demolition exercises that are being taken place as of now, it has been confirmed that it was a successful exercise. However, we are still waiting for the, observers who are from the same societies, ATS Village Society and Supertech Emerald, to come here and check that if everything went right or not. Griha.
Okay. All right. All right, Akash, stay on with me. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Arvind Kumar Jain, who's the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and also Mr. Manish Kumar, who's the Senior Vice President of NEFOWA, joins me. Mr. Jain, I'll come to you first. The demolition has happened. The Twin Towers have been grazed to the ground. Now that you've seen it all play out, your first reaction, sir?
I couldn't get your question, please. Sorry.
I just wanted to understand, we are getting a word from the authorities that the demolition has happened as per the plan. Now that you've seen it all play out, what are your first reactions now that the demolition has finally happened?
Yes, the first reaction is that we are very fortunate that no untoward incident has happened. There is no casualty. There is no major loss to the adjacent buildings. It's a big relief to the flat owners who were staying just 9 meters in Emerald Towers from the blast site. So blast has been successful, and the people who are behind this blast, they should be congratulated. But Noida police, Noida authorities, they will have to be vigilant for a long time, because many families have shifted out. They might not come back today. They might come back after 2-3 days. So all the properties will have to be guarded, and traffic restrictions in the vicinity should continue for some time.
Right. Mr. Jain, stay on with me, please. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Anupam Mishra, who's a resident Supertech Eco Village. Mr. Mishra, I would come to you right now. What has been the impact of the implosion at 2:30 once the Twin Towers were brought down? What is it that you actually sensed and felt? Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, please. Seem to have lost that link. We'll try and reconnect. Remember,
yes,
a word of a resident of a close-by society is very, very important. We'll try and actually reconnect with Mr. Anupam Mishra. He is a resident of the Supertech Eco Village, very, very close to the Emerald Court. All right, I'm told that he's back. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, wanted to understand what was the impact when it comes to you in your society of the implosion.
See, impact is in my society, and I can say that the demolition impact is definitely there, right? Because environmental impact is there. Even we are also, facing that. There is lots of issues that coming on, health related issues, because the patients are there, the old ages citizens are there also. So definitely there is lots of impact because of this. But yeah, end of the time, I can say the decision of the Honorable Supreme Court is really good. And what we feel that at least builders properties also attach, their own property also that needs to attach, and the authorities also that needs to, they also need to penalize for the same, because this is only, only the demolition is not the actual thing.
How far is the Supertech Eco Village from the Emerald Court and ATS Greens? If you can just let us know the distance, what is the vicinity like?
Yeah, it's not so close to Emerald Court, because that tower is around 10 plus kilometer from that location, so it is not that much close to that demolition, so it's not that much impact. But yeah, overall impact is there.
And you could see that kind of plume of dust and smoke that emanated because of the demolition?
Yeah, we saw that, it's totally the environment is automatically, it's lots of dust and all particles are there. Even we are also the old ages people, they said that they are also feeling lots of breathing issues and all. So that is also going on just because of this. So there is no consequences are always there for this.
Advisory that has been given by your respective resident welfare association on the aftermath of the implosion? Is there an advisory that is in place in your society?
Yeah, definitely, because see, in my society also, even residents are old ages residents are there. right? So impact are definitely here is also, but yeah, we are little bit far from that location, so the impact is not that much.
Okay. All right. Mr. Manish Kumar also is with me on the broadcast. He's the Senior Vice President of NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, you just heard one of the residents from one of the nearby societies, very close to Emerald Court in ATS Village. Of course, there is a sense of relief. However, there is also a sense of worry, especially for people who are old and residing in the nearby localities on what is going to be the impact of the air pollution that has happened because of the implosion.
Yeah. Uh, the very first thing, there is a matter of joy and happiness among residents that the symbol of corruption has been demolished. But at the same time, there is fear of pollution. As we all know that Noida and Delhi NCR AQI always remain is always of concern, and in the meantime the demolition and the cloud of dust which appeared, that is raising some eyebrows on the pollution side. But I think that will subside in a day or two, as soon, and it may subside sooner as soon as we get some rain. But yes, it is dangerous for our kids and especially our senior citizens. So the impact is very bad in the nearby societies like ATS Village, Emerald Court, Parsonath Society, and the other societies which are the near vicinity in Sector 82, Sector 83, Sector 92, like these.
Right. Okay. Mr. Kumar, the fact that whatever we are hearing from the authorities, of course, they are hailing the implosion and the way it has taken place. Carried out as planned is the official word. However, we are yet to ascertain in on-ground situation, a reality check, because that needs to be done. Of course, the authorities which have been given the task of going back to the respective societies, here we are talking about ATS Green and Emerald Court, to ascertain the damages. That really needs to be done before people begin to come back. What would you say to those very people who are waiting anxiously for that go-ahead that needs to be given from the authorities?
The first of all, cleaning thing should happen before people arrive to their respective home. Cleaning of entire society, entire floors, and if possible, flats should also be cleaned. But I don't think cleaning of individual flat by authority people would be possible. Yes, the floor-wise cleaning is it that is possible. So first of all, the cleaning should be done so that people can start coming back to the societies. After that, any kind of visual damages should be identified, like if any there is any crack, plaster fall or crack or some glass, broken glass, that kind of effect. And after that, there must be structural audit also done of these two adjacent societies, the Emerald Court as well as the ATS Village societies, especially of the towers which were in the close vicinity of the twin towers. And the structural audit will ascertain any kind of repair that that the building requires, or that will also ascertain that if the nearby towers are completely safe. So I hope the structural audit report will clear everything, whether there is any kind of concern or whether there is nothing to concern and everything is to relax.
Okay. Also, I'll come to you now, Mr. Jain. You heard Mr. Kumar and also one of the residents. We are also getting our reporters to go back closer to this area once it's safe. However, what we see through the pictures that are being released to us is some sort of a damage in and around the area that possibly ATS Green and Emerald Court, these two societies, have suffered. So that's also something that we need to look at over here.
There will be certain damage. There is, I am 100% confident that there will be certain damage. There might be some long-term impact on the stability of the buildings also, because it was a blast of 3,700 kgs of explosives. So it is not possible that there will not be impact. Yes, glass panes, a few glass panes might have been broken, but long-term impact on the building, on the structural, on the structure of the buildings which were close by, it will have to be examined. It will have to be examined by the experts. Gas line passing 4 meters under the ground level. I don't know whether it has been restored or not, and electricity connection to the in the vicinity, whether it has been restored or not. So there has to be certain damage, and the damage due to dust will be there, and it will be there for quite some time, and Noida residents will have to face it.
Right. Trying to ascertain just that, Mr. Jain, let me go to my colleague Akash, who is on ground. Akash, I believe the support staff has arrived at Supertech Emerald. Just take us through what all is happening on ground.
Right, so super staff has arrived at Supertech Emerald, and just a few seconds back I was showing you the visuals. You know, this was the decided protocol that first the support staff will arrive. They'll see, they'll take a check. They'll keep a check of the particular situation as to what has happened actually, and they have just arrived now. If they'll be giving a green signal, then only the resident welfare people from the Resident Welfare Association would be coming, and after that the normal people would be allowed to come. However, at this point in time, police is not allowing any resident to come inside, because they are saying that as of now they are trying to settle the dust, and that's the reason why we are seeing these visuals where you can see smoke gun, where you can see fire tender, and also the police staff working towards settling the dust. Also, pollution was a major concern in this particular exercise, Jiha, and we were told that even after this particular blast, pollution after particles, dust particles are a major concern, and it was initially said that it will be depending on the wind speed and the direction that how big this problem would be. However, at this point in time, we are seeing that dust is almost settled, and still we are witnessing that how these fire tenders are basically sprinkling water on these trees. And also, initially it was said that this was a successful practice, but Ritu Maheshwari has confirmed that the ATS wall was hit, that we reported earlier, but we still don't know as to what kind of damage, if it had made any sort of damage. Other than that, all those who are with this.
What were you feeling actually?
I was very much tensed, and the moment I pressed the button, I was sitting with Uncle Joe behind a tractor trolley just for the shelter, and the moment I pressed the button, I immediately stand up towards the building. The building was not there. There was just dust, and we were that much worried about the plannings and the fall of building on the safer side. We take our masks and immediately rush towards the building. We don't wait for the settling or dust to settle, and we go there and check first of all, we just rush towards the Emerald Court, and we were totally safe. Then we come towards the Asta village, and it's a compound wall, only 2 to 3 meters hit by the debris, and it's broken. But it was just a little sunshine. And we were very much happy and very much satisfied with our plan. And after checking the whole building, everybody was saying, just take a selfie. But no one was ready to take the selfie. Everybody was crying.
So what was the mood inside the room when you pressed that particular button?
I was not in the room. I was on this road.
Yeah, on the road. What was the mood with the team, sir?
Totally quiet. No one, for the last 30 minutes, no one was talking with each other. We were totally quiet and just staring towards the faces of each other. And we were totally quiet.
So, according to you, this demolition has been a big success?
A big success.
So, for you, as a bomber, as an Indian bomber who has demolished this building, which has been done for the very first time in the history of this country, so how big a moment is this for you, sir?
Really, I have created a history for India. I'm so happy and so excited.
So the emotions ran very high, and the entire team was actually quite elated, as you told.
Yeah, literally everybody was crying. And Joe was, जो मेरे गले लगे, Kevin ने मुझे खींचा अपनी तरफ गले लगाया, and everybody was crying. एंड जब मैं मिस्टर मयूर मेहता मेरे गले मिले, ही वाज लिटरली क्राइंग लाइक अ चाइल्ड, बट इट वाज अ वेरी गुड मोमेंट फॉर मी.
But some reports were coming that some adjoining parts of the ATS have been destroyed.
तो एटिस विलेज की एक हल्की सी एडजॉइनिंग वॉल है, जो इट्स ए कंपाउंड वॉल, नॉट ए बिल्डिंग वॉल, इट्स ए कंपाउंड वॉल. इट कैन बी द वॉल ऑफ द Supertech tower also, and that tower is hit up to 3 to 4 meters. It is broken. Otherwise, everything is okay.
You have your family with here also, ma'am. You are sister of sir. You were there actually when this happened. जब ये हुआ, कैसा लग रहा था इस ऐतिहासिक मोमेंट का हिस्सा?
पहले बहुत टेंस थे, फिर जब गिरा तो समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि अंदर क्या हो रहा है. बस जब इसका फोन आया फिर बहुत अच्छा लगा. अंदर से खुशी तो बहुत थी कि बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, बट वो देख के इतना धुआं और इतना सब लग रहा था कहीं नीचे तो नहीं आ गया होगा या कैसे होगा, बस वही समझ नहीं आ रहा था. बट जब फोन आ गया तब ठीक लगा.
क्या ये बहुत प्राउड फीलिंग है आज आपके लिए?
फीलिंग है, बहुत प्राउड फीलिंग है हमारे लिए ये.
So you just heard from Chetan Datta, the man himself who pushed that green button to blast off and to move down that twin towers of Supertech. And we also spoke to the relatives, the kins of Chetan Datta, who were actually present somewhere near the spot where this demolition happened. And you can see the kind of happiness they have. And he says what he has done, he has created history. And it is a dream of any blaster to be part of such an event. This is...
All right, that was my colleague Yash along with Chetan Datta. Remember, Chetan Datta was part of the core team that was responsible for that implosion. All of 6 people who were actually allowed to go to the exclusion zone and press that button for that detonation. That really happened because of this one-point person, Mr. Chetan Datta. Of course, a man who was going through many emotions at that time, and my colleague Yash, who's got us that exclusive interview, would be able to tell us better on what all was he going through before pressing that button. Yes, Yash, over to you.
Well, Riya, we just spoke to Chetan Datta, the man who pressed the last button to make that implosion at the Supertech towers. And I spoke to him, and there were tears in his eyes, and he said this is something that every such individual who is in this profession dreams of. And he also narrated a very small story where he said that this particular event was actually quite special for him because this is the very first time this sort of thing is for the very first time which is happening in India. And we also talked to him about what was going on in the control room when he pressed that button. He said there was utter silence. There was actually silence. Everyone was quiet. The feelings were running very high. And once the implosion was done, there was a very cheerful. It was very cheerful around there. And the moment they pressed the button, the implosion was done. They ran towards the society to see if everything went well. And also he also confirmed to us that there is a compound wall of the ATS village which has been damaged a little bit, but he said there's nothing to worry about it. And and what they planned, the authorities planned, the jet demolition, the RFIs, both the companies who have done this demolition says the demolition has been done quite successfully the way they planned, and everything has been according to the plan only. Griha.
Right. Yash, thank you so much for joining us, and I'd like to thank all the reporters, all my colleagues who have brought us all the reports constantly through the day ever since we actually ran up to this big demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. We leave it at that. This was a big coverage on CNN News 18. Remember, the coverage which really ascertained the fact that these 2 towers of corruption really came down. Leaving it at that, slipping into a very short break right here on CNN News 18.
Police has been deployed in different nook and corner. The diversions have been directed by the Noida police personnel. The anti-smoking guns, the water tankers, the firefighters, ambulances, all have been placed on the standby. There is green corridor as well, which has been created. And in fact, the local administration is on the alert along with the Noida police. And also the nearby hospitals, they have been asked to keep a few beds on the reservation side to meet any of the contingencies. So finally, we are going to see the TARS, the tallest tower in the country, going to be down at about 2:30 p.m. today. With camera person Ramashankar, Nikhil Lakhwani for CNN News 18.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to News 18 Digital. Right now we are reporting from Sector 93 flyover, a few meters away from the Twin Towers, which are going to get demolished today at 2:30. This demolition is also about giving out a strong message to the corrupt builder lobby and the corrupt officers, those who have been doing damage to the system from a long time. I'm being joined by the commandant here, Mr. Rajesh. Sir, what all are the preparations that have been carried out by you, and how prepared the police administration is? We have also been told that along with you there are 5 other sub-commandants, those who are going to report to you right before the blast, and after your approval the blast is going to get executed.
Yes, rightly as you have said, as per the directions of Commissioner of Police Noida, I have been made the incident commander, and to assist me there are 5 more incident sub-commanders who are deployed at different places. The blast time is 2:30. Before that I will get an OK signal from all the sub-commanders to surveil the whole exclusion zone. We have 7 CCTV cameras. The 7 CCTV cameras feed is given inside the incident command center. Other than that, we have deployed around 550 policemen in and around the Twin Tower, which is the exclusion zone. Traffic diversion is already in place nearby the exclusion zone, and Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be shut only for a few minutes, say 45 minutes to 1 hour. That will happen just 15 minutes before the blast. Right at 2:15, we are going to stop the expressway. And after the dust cloud settles down, the traffic in the Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be opened up. And other than that, to face any contingencies, we have requested for 2 NDRF teams. They are already here, and they will be kept at standby. And we are
and 4 QRT teams are
also
here.
Teams
so the commandant, the incident commandant, Mr. Rajesh, is here giving out details of the operations. Now this van has also been arranged by Noida Police. Now this van is Incident Command Center. All the senior officials will be inside this Incident Command Center. Mr. S. Rajesh, the senior incident commandant, along with him, the 5 other sub-commandants, all will be inside, and this van will be fully connected with the 7 CCTV cameras and the wireless system with all the other cops on ground. So this is one special arrangement that has been made by Noida Commissionerate. Also, the drills are currently underway. The green corridor drills are going on in case of eventuality, or if there is an emergency situation. The police force is being asked to be on alert, and the response time is
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of Sensational South. I'm Harish Upadhyaya. Over the next 30 minutes, we bring you all the big news and newsmakers from South India. Our top story today comes from Hyderabad, where the Prophet insult row has reignited once again, courtesy MLA Raja Singh. There were protests that stretched over 72 hours, and a good year before the election. Is this the beginning of the polarization in Telangana? Is the question. Swastika Das brings us this report.
72 hours of protests that kept Hyderabad on its toes. The backlash against suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh for his derogatory comments on Prophet Muhammad has already set the tone for what the elections in Telangana are going to look like. Raja was rearrested on Thursday and jailed under the Draconian Preventive Detention Act, within 48 hours of being let out on bail. This while AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi pushed for the release of nearly 100 protesters, some of whom raised slogans like Sartan se juda.
हम बार बार ये आपसे कह रहे हैं कि आवाम से अपील भी कर रहे हैं कि आप तशद्दुद और वायलेंस को उकसाने की बात मत करिए.
But no action on his own party leaders Nazreen Sultana and Zafar Khan, who raised the very same slogan. Hyderabad influencer Syed Kashaf was the only person detained, but was soon let off the hook by a local court as the police failed to furnish a notice mandated under Section 41A of the CRPC. Call it a political strategy or taking a moral high ground, BJP steered clear of the Raja Singh controversy. Party leaders say actions speak louder than words. But the overall situation seems to have indirectly benefited their poll pitch, that the ruling TRS is working as AIMIM's stooge. A similar pitch in the 2020 GHMC elections fetched them 48 seats, a close second to the TRS.
మొన్ననేమో మునవర్ ఫారూక్ అని ఒక కమిడియన్ పట్టుకొచ్చి అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు నిషేధిస్తే వాని ప్రోగ్రాం పెట్టించారు పోలీస్ బందోబస్తు మధ్యలో ప్రజల దృష్టి మళ్ళించిండు ఏం జరుగుతుందో తెలుసు మనకు.
The person whose kingdom is at stake, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, has hit the ground running, mounting sharp attacks at the Modi government for fomenting unrest in Hyderabad for political gains.
దయచేసి ఆలోచన చేయండి. 8 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మన దగ్గర కఠినంగా వ్యవహారం చేసి సీమ సిట్టుకు మంటలేదు ప్రశాంతంగా ఉన్న తెలంగాణ సమాజం హైదరాబాద్ నగరం మన మొత్తం రాష్ట్రమంతా కూడా అద్భుతమైనటువంటి బ్రహ్మాండమైనటువంటి ప్రశాంత వాతావరణంలో అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతా ఉంది.
The battle for Telangana is heating up with every passing day. All the parties have hit the ground running. For TRS, it is all about retaining its bastion. For the BJP, it is about making inroads into a state where they want to expand their prominence, their second gateway to south after Karnataka. Will the MIM be able to retain its bastion? And what about the Congress? With the top leadership in split, how does the Congress's future in Telangana is likely to look like? With all of these power dynamics at play, it only remains to be seen that the battle for Telangana is going to be one epic one. With video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Swastika Das for CNN News 18.
Has the tone been set for the assembly elections in Telangana? We'll discuss that. Our eminent panel joins us today. We have Sai Shekhar Rao, a political expert. We have Krishna Sagar Rao, BJP spokesperson, and Mr. Krishank Mani, who's the TRS leader, joining us. I'll come to you, Mr. Sai Shekhar. Do you believe that this has set the tone for the assembly elections next year? And what is likely to be the ramification of this?
You can't see this as setting of the stage for next assembly elections. That has been done quite long ago. Ever since the BJP won Huzurabad elections, BJP has amplified the political activity in Telangana, and Telangana state government led by Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao has also become wary of the BJP's overtures and efforts to make inroads into the Telangana state, and then the government has responded very effectively, and then it has become a war between both the parties. It's a tough war, and the BJP has chosen Hyderabad for its national executive towards the first week of 1st and 2nd of July, and the Telangana Rashtra Samiti, Telangana Rashtra Samiti, which has opposed the BJP's presidential candidate and seconded the opposition candidate, has put up a wonderful, very huge gala show welcoming Mr. Yashwant Sinha, who himself was surprised that he could actually, get such a rousing welcome in Hyderabad, and the Chief Minister used that platform to launch a trenchant attack against the BJP. And then ever since he has been constantly upping the ante against the BJP, and BJP is also not taking this lying down, and the atmosphere has really become very hot, and this addressing comments have actually...
So you believe this is perhaps taking it to the next level. One question, as protest in a way eases out in Hyderabad, one question that is now cropping up, and I would like to take this to Mr. Krishank Mane. Mr. Mane, whether it's Bangalore or Delhi, Munawar Farooqi shows were cancelled. Why did the TRS government take this risk of ensuring that his show happens? And in a way, didn't they anticipate this kind of a reaction considering how volatile Hyderabad is?
Well, see, one thing we should understand that we did not expect the double standards from Bharatiya Janata Party, because if we are talking about this particular comedy show, before Hyderabad, there was a show at Chennai and there were no issues in Chennai. There was a Congress and DMK alliance government there. And a couple of months back, there is this actress called Kangana Ranaut, who seems to be very politically inclined by the Bharatiya Janata Party and is also, I believe, has been given a Y category security by the government of India. Well, she had Munawar Farooq on her show, and probably was a
Mr. Mane, the situation in Chennai and Hyderabad are totally different. Didn't you anticipate this law and order issue?
Well, see, our duty is to protect the law and order. When RSS can come to Hyderabad and Telangana and can do a rally with stakes, when they are allowed to do a procession, same time this particular comedian show also can happen. When Kangana Ranaut, who is close to BJP, can have him on the show, why not here is the question. The Bharatiya Janata Party, today you see the double standards. The National Party has suspended Raja Singh. But the state BJP unit coming up with a comedian show as a defense itself shows that they wanted to defend Raja Singh. Because in the show, what we want to ask is, legally, has the comedian in this show spoken anything unlawful? If so, please go to the court. They can always go to the court and stop it. But instead, what did the BJP MLA do? He threw up.
I'll take it to Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao. Mr. Rao, the TRS says this is double standard. You have the BJP High Command taking one line. The local unit says something totally different.
See, unfortunately, TRS has no standards, whether singular or double. See, they have actually mixed up governance with politics so badly that today when Krishank talks about the comedian, is that the business of a government to facilitate a comedy show by using thousands of police force? So what are they trying to do? Now, this episode is a passé, this is gone. But one thing which leaves is a bitter taste of prioritizing instigative kind of a governance, where the government of Telangana has sponsored a comedy show, knowing very well that that individual was not welcome in Hyderabad, and he has abused the majority people of this nation's gods. And so what's wrong in Bharatiya Janata Party questioning that? We have already taken a decision in very big responsible decision by the party on the man who has made comments which were not in line with the party. But the question is, why did the
But Mr. Rao, just a quick question on that. Many are pointing out that this man has 101 cases, 18 of them are communal clashes charges. Why didn't the party act much before this? Did the party leave it too little, too late?
See, Harish, you have to understand that he is an elected representative. There is a difference between a party office bearer to a representative. We are a national party. We don't handle every individual leader with a guidance on how to speak and where to speak, especially the people's representatives. So you have to understand that. So he has been given a long rope and he has misused it. As an adult, he will face the consequences.
Yeah, Harish, can I come in?
Yeah. In fact, I'll take this to Mr. Sai Shekhar. Mr. Sai Shekhar, the BJP might have acted against Raja Singh, but do you believe that they will gain politically now?
Whether they will gain politically, they want to foment the religious and other sentiments that polarize the voters into two different groups, and then they want to curry favor from this situation. But I would like to also make one submission in reference to Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao's point. See, like George Orwell said, all animals are equal, some animals are more equal than the others. The BJP's reaction to suspension of Raja Singh has come in the wake of the backlash internationally the party had to face and the government of India had to face after Nupur Sharma's observation. So that is the reason why they have acted on the Raja Singh, and BJP will surely utilize this opportunity to polarize the vote bank in Telangana because they want to make inroads into Telangana.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's not just the
there is
BJP. The allegation is that even the TRS and MIM, in fact, are trying to gain momentum from this, gain politically as well. Mr. Krishan Mane, the other allegation is that the TRS government has gone soft on MIM activists or the members who've called out Sartan Se Juda or others who are now saying that these protesters should be released. Has the government gone soft on these elements?
No, absolutely not, Harish. I'd like to tell you, in fact, we were all through this while, this 3-4 days, we've been debating on the CNN also. 150 people were detained, irrespective of their religions or their communities. If they were found on the streets, mobs gathering, 150 people were detained. Two people who have given those slogans have been charged with various sections, and the investigation continues, and they have been produced at the court also. 2 people, not just one. And many people also will follow the suit, because what we have achieved is whatever the intentions were, Friday was peaceful, and coming days we have the Vinayaka Chauthi, which, Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, both Hindu and Muslims celebrated in Hyderabad. So we had to take care of the law and order, because what happened is with Raja Singh's video, these total sentiments have changed. Bharatiya Janata Party, you see this twist here in BJP. The person who has fought their case, this Raja Singh's case here, was the legal cell convener of the state. The person who is fighting there in the Supreme Court is also a BJP legislator. The same thing what happened in the Nupur Sharma issue also. Entire rank and file of BJP trolled the Supreme Court too. Here they are doing the same. The issue is last 2 years, there are statements in many news channels and newspapers that Raja Singh was upset with the Bharatiya Janata Party state president, Bandi Sanjay, and he was being sidelined. He has openly said it with the leadership in media. And that is why he has chosen this issue to get limelight in his constituency and also significance in his party.
Mr. Mane, can we now expect the TRS government to ensure that it continues to pressurize Raja Singh, keeping behind bars, or assure people that he won't be let out just before elections, because there could be some polarization that will help your party as well if he comes out?
See, not just Raja Singh, whosoever who wants to break the peace and harmony of Telangana, because 8 years we have not seen any communal rights. And today we see many statements. Why only Raja Singh? You see the statement, I am quoting you, Indian Express. BJP State President Bandi Sanjay says we'll resort to Gundaism. So if you want to do the Gujarat model, do the Bengal model, do the Karnataka's disturbance, same here in Telangana. No, sir. Definitely law and order is priority for KCR's government, and we will have to take them to task, whosoever they are.
Okay, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, the TRS says that they're acting against culprits irrespective of which party they belong to, but do you believe that they're going soft, especially on the members of MIM?
No, it's a classic case of hypocrisy when he says what he says, because the corporators who are chanting those slogans, the barbaric slogans, were not even touched. So where did the law and order take its own course? So there is a duplicity in how TRS government is functioning, and it has been very evident right from the beginning, as Krishank has stated, from 8 years. If there was no violence, then Bharatiya Janata Party wasn't doing anything either. So now to blame Bharatiya Janata Party because of one individual statements, and then appease, do extreme appeasement to one community, which has been continuing since 8 years, and call it good governance or good politics, that has to be put to test by the voters when the election happens next. So, and to Sai Shekhar, it is not being selective in terms of, to Sai Shekhar, my friend, who said that just because of what happened earlier with Nupur Sharma's comment, that we have acted upon this man, Raja Singh ji. That is not the case. The case is that when you deviate from the party line, depending upon the gravity of the deviation, office bearers will have a different bar and the elected representatives will have a different bar. If you actually understand the national party and its framework of how it operates, you will understand. So when the deviation from the
But do you
party's
believe,
line
Mr.
and
Rao,
party's
that some of these people who are habitual offenders, this is not just in Hyderabad, could be in Bangalore, various parts of Karnataka or other states as well, need to be warned by the party, especially looking at what's happened with Nupur Sharma or Raja Singh? This could be an internal party mechanism, but do you think that's something that should happen now?
See, as I said, a national party of our size will have thousands, if not lakhs, of people working in different positions and also in people representative areas. It is up to the individuals to follow a guideline which is set by the party. Otherwise, they'll certainly face consequences both from the party and law and order. But I'm questioning the TRS party as to what it
they will
has
face
done.
consequences, you say?
No, I'm asking TRS party and the TRS government what action they have taken on AIMIM corporators and Asaduddin Owaisi, who directly involved in interfering with law and order.
Okay, I'll take it to Krishank Mane. We are running out of time. I'll take final comments from Mr. Krishank Mane and Sai Shekhar. Mr. Mane, the BJP believes enough hasn't been done against the corporators of the MIM there. What does the TRS now want to do going further, whether it's investigation of Mr. Raja Singh or other protesters?
See, Kashyap was also a leader with the MIM. So definitely MIM person has been arrested too. Same with Rashid Khan, also belongs to a political party. Whosoever they are, we are arresting them. I mean, I don't understand. Bharatiya Janata Party doesn't have the, ethical say to actually ask us, because they don't have a discipline in their own party. What bar was for Pragya Thakur ji, for Pragya ji, Sadhvi Pragya ji, who praised the killers of Mahatma Gandhi ji. They did praise, but no punishment.
Okay, all right, we are completely out of time. Thanks a lot for joining us, Mr. Sai Shekhar, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, and Mr. Krishank Mane. Well, we'll have to see how this pans out, especially in the next few months, as there's a by-poll that's also slated and the assembly elections that happen next year. Well, time for a quick break now. On the other side, we'll get you all the major stories from South India.
The 760 camera feed is given inside the incident command center. Other than that, we have deployed around 550 policemen in and around the Twin Tower, which is the exclusion zone. Traffic diversion is already in place nearby the exclusion zone, and Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be shut only for a few minutes, say 45 minutes to 1 hour. That will happen just 15 minutes before the blast. Right at 2:15, we are going to stop the expressway, and after the dust cloud settles down, the traffic in the Noida Greater Noida Expressway will be opened up. And other than that, to face any contingencies, we have requested for 2 NDRF teams. They are already here, and they'll be kept at standby. And we are
and 4 QRT teams are also here. So the commandant, the incident commandant, Mr. Rajesh, is here giving out details of the operations now. This van has also been arranged by Noida Police. Now this van is Incident Command Center. All the senior officials will be inside this Incident Command Center. Mr. S. Rajesh, the senior incident commandant, along with him, the 5 other sub-commandant, all will be inside, and this van will be fully connected with the 7 CCTV cameras and the wireless system with all the other cops on ground. So this is one special arrangement that has been made by Noida Commissionerate. Also, the drills are currently underway. The green corridor drills are going on in case of eventuality, or if there is an emergency situation. The police force is being asked to be on alert, and the response time is something which will matter. And for that only, the green corridor drill is also being carried out by Noida Police. Now, we are reporting from few 100 meters away from the Twin Towers, and at around 2:30 it is going to get imploded. One Mumbai-based company has done a tie-up with African company, and they are going to execute the explosion. Now more than 3,700 kgs of explosive has already been used, 9,000 holes.
Welcome back. Time for a quick roundup of what else is making news down south.
In 2007, DMK Supremo M. Karunanidhi launched a flagship program allowing people from all castes to become priests at temples in the state. However, 14 years later, the Madras High Court has ruled in favor of the Tamil Nadu government, saying that all temples that do not follow the Agama Shastras can have priests from all castes. However, a 5-member committee will now be formed to work on the list of temples that follow the Agama Shastras. So the Agamic temples will have priests only from the upper caste, while temples from the remaining places across the state can have priests from all castes. And this is being celebrated as a historic judgment by the Tamil Nadu government. It's been more than 4 years since the anti-Sterlite protests turned violent, killing 13 and injuring more than 100. Justice Aruna Jagadishan Commission that was formed to probe the incident had pointed to the role of 18 top police officers who were responsible for the shootout in the Thoothukudi protests that turned violent, adding that criminal action should be taken against the police officers who were responsible for the violence. The report also adds that there is no intrusion of anti-social elements as being charged by actors like superstar Rajinikanth and others, and says that it's only the police who were responsible for the violence. Superstar Rajinikanth will next be seen in the film Jailer. The film went on the floors on the 22nd of August, and the makers of the movie released a poster of the superstar in a dapper look. Among many who praised Rajinikanth's first look was none other than actor Dhanush. In fact, the other cast members in the film include Ramya Krishnan, Yogi Babu and Tamanna.
The Karnataka High Court on Friday allowed state government to take decision on granting permission for Ganesha Chaturthi festival at disputed Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru's Chamarajpet. The decision comes after the state government appealed against the interim order of the court. Amidst the Savarkar row in Karnataka, Congress leader B.K. Hariprasad stoked the controversy by equating Savarkar to Jinnah. He also called both of them an atheist and alleged of ruining the country. Now, taking jibe at the state government, B.K. Hariprasad said that BJP party is trying to use the name of Savarkar for political gain. Karnataka government to examine education system in madrasas. Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has asked a team of education experts to submit a comprehensive report within next 15 days. Once the comprehensive report has been submitted, Education Department will then form a committee and take further steps. The government suspects that the formal education is not been provided to students in madrasas, especially in subjects like mathematics and science.
Days after Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy met Prime Minister Modi in New Delhi over a range of issues, one of them being funds for Polavaram project. A delegation from Andhra Pradesh also held a high-level meeting with central government officials seeking funds and also seeking provisions under the Special Status and the Division Act. Demand for special status was also put forth. That's what we are learning via our sources. Tense atmosphere continues to prevail in Kuppam in Andhra Pradesh, a day after YSR Congress workers and TDP workers locked horn during TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu's 3-day tour to that area. Anna Canteen was allegedly vandalized by YSR Congress workers, alleged TDP workers, and the other hand, YSR Congress says TDP workers went berserk and tried to attack their offices in that area.
Andhra Pradesh government, in association with Parley for the Oceans, a member of a global alliance for sustainable planet, has organized a massive beach cleanup here in the Andhra Pradesh, especially in the Visakhapatnam city. And in the visuals you can see the volunteers all picking up the plastic waste, and the drive is carried along the coast of the Visakhapatnam at 40 different locations by covering almost 30 kilometers of stretch, so which mainly includes 14 beaches, 8 fishermen's main villages, and this is also an attempt to set a world record by including 25,000 volunteers for the beach cleanup.
The face-off between the governor and government in Kerala is continuing. Next week also the assembly session is expected to be stormy as a university draft bill will be back in the assembly from the subject committee. Government is expecting to pass it in this session itself. The bill aims at curtailing the power of governor when it comes to making appointments as far as the vice chancellors are concerned. The opposition has opposed this bill. Now all eyes are on the governor also as to whether he will be giving his signature to this bill once it is passed by the State Legislative Assembly. More trouble for MLA KT Jalil as a case has been registered against him for his Facebook post where he has mentioned Azad Kashmir when he wrote about his visit to Kashmir. The case was registered after direction from the Tiruvalla First Class Judicial Magistrate Court. Now, an RSS leader, Arun Mohan, had approached the court stating that this is not the stand of India and this is something which spokespersons from Pakistan use, that is the word. Now, police have registered a case against him under Section 153B of IPC. Kerala High Court has stayed the order which gave anticipatory bail to Sivik Chandran in a sexual harassment case. The Kozhikode Sessions Court's order, while granting anticipatory bail, stating that Section 354A will not prima facie stand as the complainant was wearing sexually provocative dress, had created quite an uproar. The state government had approached the High Court stating that this order should be stayed and also the remarks should be expunged.
Well, that's all we could pack in this edition of Sensational South. We'll be back next week with all the major stories from South India. Thanks for watching.
Residents have covered their balconies because of the possibility of debris coming out to their societies as well. But as of now, ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, two societies have been asked to vacate the area. Somewhere around 5,000 people have left their homes, have vacated their homes. And as of now, the parking facilities and the accommodation has been fixed. Some alternate arrangements have been made and everyone is waiting for this particular demolition. At 2:30, we'll be seeing that more than 3,500 kgs explosives that have been placed and that has been used in this particular building will be going on boom, and we'll be seeing we'll be hearing in fact a sound, and after that this building will be coming out. And 2:30 is the sharp, that is the time period that has been given by Noida Authority and also the company that is involved in this particular task. This is going to be a mega event not only for Delhi but for whole country because everyone is waiting for this mega demolition.
Today is the D-Day for the 2 towers of corruption here in Noida, and right now we are reporting from Purvanchal Silver City, which is one such society which has made arrangements for the residents of society ATS Village and Supertech Emerald, which is present adjacent to the same tower which is going to be demolished today. First of all, let me show you some preparations with this particular society's RWA has made for the people. As you can see, the arrangement has been made for approximately 150 to 200 people. Food arrangement has also been made, arrangements for their breakfast, lunch has been made, and I'll request my camera person to show you other side.
Good evening, I'm Pallavi Ghosh, but we begin the bulletin with some exclusive news. I spoke to Ghulam Nabi Azad, the former Congress leader, a short while back. Let's listen to what he had to tell. जब गुलाम नबी आज़ाद ने कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ा तो वहाँ पे तहलका मच गया और बहुत सारे आरोप प्रत्यारोप चले। इस समय पहली बार गुलाम नबी आज़ाद अपना चुप्पी तोड़ रहे हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच हमसे बात करने के लिए मिस्टर आज़ाद। आपने चिट्ठी में तो 5 पन्ने की चिट्ठी में बहुत कुछ कह डाला, लेकिन क्या आपके लिए ये आसान था कांग्रेस पार्टी 50 साल बाद छोड़ना?
मेरे लिए सबसे ज़िंदगी में ये मुश्किल डिसीजन था। मैं उसके 3 दिन पहले भी नहीं रात को सो पाया, उसके बाद भी नहीं सो पाया। मैं चिट्ठी कई बार लिखता था, फिर काटता था, कई बार काटता था, सोता, 1-1, 2-2 घंटे। ये नहीं था कि मैं लीडरशिप के खिलाफ वोट कर, ये था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मुझे भी दिया है और प्रेजेंट टाइम्स में मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा दिया, जिसका मैंने अंग्रेजी में उल्लेख किया। राज्यसभा इन्होंने कहीं नहीं बनाया, मैंने रसा राज्यसभा 3 सीट पे, 6 सीट पे, एमएलएज पे, 12 एमएलएज पे, 17 एमएलएज के राज्यसभा दी, जबकि 30-30 होने चाहिए। तो वो मैंने दिए, वो उन्होंने थोड़ी दिए।
तो जब अच्छा सुनिए कि आपको राज्यसभा नहीं मिला, ये बंगला चाहिए था, क्या आपको बुरा लगता जब ये बात कहते?
ये बताएं, क्योंकि 90% कांग्रेस में कांग्रेसी है ही नहीं। किसी को यूनिवर्सिटी से उठाया, किसी कोई क्लर्कल काम करता था, कोई किसी सीएम के क्लर्क था, उसको ऑफिशियल स्पोक्समैन बनाए, तो मैं उनसे क्या मुकाबला कर सकता? जिनको अपनी हिस्ट्री मालूम नहीं, तो मेरी हिस्ट्री क्या जानेंगे? तो सुनो, मेरी हिस्ट्री इंदिरा गांधी होती, संजय गांधी होता, राजीव गांधी होता, नरसिम्हा राव होता, कोई केसरी होता, या क्या कहते हैं आपने जो एक्स राष्ट्रपति थे बंगाल के प्रणब मुखर्जी हैं, ये तमाम हमारी हिस्ट्री बोलते। जो खुद हिस्ट्री का हिस्सा नहीं है पिछले 40-45 साल का, वो मुझे हिस्ट्री सिखाएं, ये नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, जो हमारी लड़ाई हुई ओपन, तब तक तो अंदर हम वर्किंग कमेटी में क्या करते थे, लेकिन ओपन लेटर कब हुई? 2 साल हुए, 23 लोगों ने। उस ओपन लेटर से 1 महीना पहले मैंने अकेले ने एज एलओपी लिखी थी कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को, ये अभी किसी को नहीं मालूम। उसका जवाब क्या किया? वेणुगोपाल आपसे कोऑर्डिनेशन रखेगा। मैंने कहा आप लोगों के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है पार्टी की। इंदिरा गांधी 1000 लोगों के साथ, सीनियर लोगों के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करती थी, राजीव गांधी भी 500 लोगों के साथ। कहा वेणुगोपाल, मैंने कहा जब मैं मंत्री था तो वेणुगोपाल स्कूल में था। ये एक ने कहा, फिर दूसरे ने कहा, फैमिली वाले ने कि अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन, मैंने कहा आपकी नहीं है, मैं सुरजेवाला को कहूँगा। मैंने कहा बाय द वे आई एम सॉरी, आपको मालूम नहीं है, मैं जब जनरल सेक्रेटरी था एआईसीसी का, पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड का, वर्किंग कमेटी का, राजीव गांधी, उनका फादर पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट था हरियाणा एंड आई वाज इन चार्ज फॉर, तो हिज फादर हैज वर्कड अंडर मी, विद ऑल द रिस्पेक्ट, ए नोबल पर्सन हिज फादर। तो जिसका बाप मेरे अंडर करता है, उसके बेटे मेरे से डिस्कशन करेगा पार्टी के लिए? व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग राजीव जी? आप 2-2, 3-3 लीडर हो एक घर के। हमारे पास G23 के 8-10 और आपके जो 10-20 हैं, 30 लोगों से तो टॉप के आपको इंटरेक्शन करना है 3 लोगों ने।
क्या मुझे आपको नहीं लगता कि किसी भी पार्टी में ये मंथन तो होता है ना, जनरेशन चेंज होता है, तो क्या
अरे कितनी, अरे 19 के बाद, 14 के बाद हमें 1 साल 2 साल लगा ये कहने में कि मंथन करो। और तो, सुनिए, 19 के बाद जब या हुआ तो भी मंथन नहीं हुआ। जब राहुल जी का रिजिग्नेशन हुआ तो उसमें 2 घटनाएं हुई मैं जो कभी लाइफ नहीं बताऊंगा, बट दैट विल फिनिश देयर।
उनका कहना ये था कि सीनियर्स ने मेरा साथ नहीं दिया।
हाँ, लेकिन क्या साथ देने, अब मैं कहूँगा क्यों, क्या साथ नहीं दिया और किस पर उन्हें हाथ खड़े कराए? मैं नहीं कहूँगा। जब हमने उनसे वर्किंग कमेटी में पूछा, मैं इसलिए इस्तीफा दिया हूँ, इन्होंने मेरा साथ नहीं दिया। हम लोगों ने पूछा आप बताइए, हमने आपका साथ नहीं। फिर उन्होंने जो बताया कि इस चीज़ पे साथ
चोर है, राफेल वाला पे
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा, आप लोगों ने कहा नहीं, ये क्या चौकीदार चोर है। तो मैंने कहा ये आपकी भाषा हो सकती है, हमारी भाषा नहीं है। तो हम ये भाषा इतने साल चीफ मिनिस्टर, कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, सीनियर लोग हैं। हमको इंदिरा गांधी ने कभी नहीं कहा अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, इंदिरा गांधी ने मेरे और फौतेदार को कहा अटल बिहारी के वाजपेयी के जाया करो, कोई काम तो नहीं होगा उनका, मेरे से वो शर्माएंगे काम कहने में। राजीव गांधी ने कहा कि फौतेदार से अपोजिशन के घर जाया करो। हमको तो ये नसीहत उनके लीडरों ने, ये कहते हैं कि भाई आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर को कहो चौकीदार चोर है। दिस वी कैन नॉट डू, वी आर नॉट, हम पले नहीं उस मामले में हैं। वो भी इनकी माँ और नानी थी, उन्होंने हमें ये नहीं सिखाया।
तो आपको लगता है राहुल गांधी का कांग्रेस नहीं चल पाएगा? और आपको राहुल गांधी से आपत्ति है, उनका स्टाइल, उनका ग्रुप?
उन्होंने मैडम का भी स्टाइल खराब किया ना, उनका अच्छा स्टाइल था, तो उस स्टाइल में हम जीत कहाँ रहे? मैंने तो बताया 14 से 49 हम इलेक्शन लड़े हैं, 39, लेकिन 39 में रिटेन कहाँ कर पाए? कर्नाटक बनी थी, 1 साल में गई, मध्य प्रदेश गई, ये साल में। जीत तो पाते नहीं हो, कोई जो आती है उसको रिटेन नहीं कर पाते हो।
साहब, उनका ये भी कहना है कि जब कांग्रेस का सबसे कमजोर समय है, उस समय आपने साथ छोड़ दिया।
कांग्रेस का तो 40 साल ऐसे ही रहना है, तब तक हम कब्र में होंगे। आपने जब लेटर लिखी थी उस वक्त भी यही कहा था, तो मैंने कहा जब तक फंक्शनिंग आप ठीक नहीं करोगे तो 50 साल ऐसे ही रहोगे। फंक्शनिंग उन 2 साल में ठीक नहीं हुई, वर्स्ट हुई। तो इसलिए मैं 50 साल इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहा हूं कि 50 साल के बाद किस पीढ़ी में वो अच्छे दिन आएंगे तो तब मैं बोलूँगा। इसी में तो बोलना था। 3 साल से हम बोल रहे हैं कि ये करेक्शन करो, ये करेक्शन करो, ये करेक्शन करो, तो हुई कोई करेक्शन?
आपको लगता है राहुल गांधी को अध्यक्ष नहीं बनना चाहिए पार्टी के?
नहीं भी होगा, जो भी होगा वो चपरासी की तरह फाइल लेके जाएगा, किसको बनाना है किसको नहीं बनाना। तो बना क्या, इंडिपेंडेंस नहीं है।
नाराजगी इस बात से भी है कि, और बार बार वो लोग प्रतिक्रिया में यही लिख रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री इमोशनल हुए, भावुक हुए, आप बीजेपी की भाषा बोलते हो, आप वो चीजें, आपका टाइमिंग ऐसा है जिससे बीजेपी को सूट करता है, कांग्रेस को नहीं।
अरे कांग्रेस को 2014 से सूट नहीं करता, तो कब करेगा सूट? टाइमिंग।